Good morning. We're going to start in about 2 minutes. If everybody will take their seats, please. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome, everybody, to the fourth hearing meeting for the House Blue Ribbon Study Committee on Elections Procedures. We're glad y'all are with us this morning here at Savannah Technical College in beautiful Savannah, Georgia, and for the people joining us online as well. We do have one of our members of the committee, Representative Syra Draper, who is joining us by Zoom as well. I'm going to confirm we got her. She's good, okay. And also, we're going to start with Mr. Billy Wooten. He is the supervisor of elections for Chatham County. He's going to welcome us this morning. Mr. Wooten. All right. I think you might have to turn the mic on if you look. And you'll be presenting later this afternoon as well. He's coming.
Got it. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the committee. We're thrilled to have you here in the Garden of Good and Evil. And hopefully today will be all good. Hopefully today will be all good. It's a pleasure for not only me, but for everyone that's here. I'm sure there are a number of election officials here from counties across this area of the state. And it's a great opportunity for us to hear you, to hear the discussion, and an opportunity for you to hear from us as well. So again, just welcome to everyone that's here, and I know we'll have a great event. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Wooten, and we look forward to hearing from you later this afternoon on your presentation. Thank you for everybody who is here, who has traveled to be here. We want to thank our presenters who are here today. Several have traveled from out of state to be here, so thank you very much for that. This is our fourth meeting of this committee. Past meetings we focused on our local election superintendents and their thoughts and recommendations moving forward. Last meeting we focused on the State Elections Board and their functions. And today we're going to focus on presentations focusing on Georgia's next election system and also implementation of SB 189. Members of the committee and presenters, I'm going to ask that every presenter, we're going to allot 30 minutes for your presentation, 15 minutes for the actual presentation, and 15 minutes for questions from committee members. Molly will hold up a sign when you're about 12 minutes into your presentation just to let you know to have a few minutes to start wrapping up. Then we'll go to questions from the committee, and we'll try to get through several presenters before lunch so that we have time for our local election supervisors after that. So with that being said, we'll go ahead and get right into it. Our first presenter will be Ms. Katie Hubler. She is the Elections and Redistricting Director for the National Conference of State Legislators. Welcome to Savannah, Georgia.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Everybody hear me all right? Appreciate being here. I love Savannah. I forgot a bit about your humidity. I'm from Colorado. We've got a dry heat. So thank you. Appreciate being here. I'm Katie Owens-Hubler. I'm the Director of Elections and Redistricting at the National Conference of State Legislatures. And I'm here to give you a sort of national perspective on voting technology. 15 minutes is going to be a little tough because I love this stuff, but I'm going to try. Got my phone here too. First, a little bit about NCSL. We are the nation's bipartisan organization providing nonpartisan research on a variety of topics. I specialize in elections. I love elections. If there's any topic on this that you have additional questions on after my presentation, I'd be happy to dig into that further. One thing that we do is policy research. We also connect the nation's legislatures, provide a variety of meetings, and we represent the state legislatures in DC. So a few things I'll talk about today. I'm going to start with a history of voting technology because I think it's helpful to know where we've been to think about where we're going. Then I'll talk about some voting equipment today and some recent state action. The first little bit of history for you. Again, I'm a little bit of I love this stuff, so bear with me here. The 1890s were actually the first time we saw voting machines in this country. So the patent came about early 1890s. These were lever voting machines. You may have seen these. Some of you, anybody remember voting on these? Yeah, a couple. All right, I got a couple. These were invented again in the 1890s, but were around for much of the 20th century. In fact, the last ones were used in federal elections in 2010 and in local elections as recently as 2013. So these were invented partly to accommodate the growth of cities in the country. They were much quicker, so you could go in and kind of select your choices real quick, pull the lever, that submits your choices. That was quicker than marking a paper ballot, which is what was primarily used before that. They were also really heavy, hard to move, really cumbersome in a lot of ways, but the first voting machines. Then the first electronic voting machines came about in about the 1960s. You may remember these punch cards. Anybody remember these? Voting on these? All right, we got a few. These were kind of infamous because of the hanging chads and the butterfly ballot after 2000. So again, I'll get into why we transitioned away from that. But that was the first actual electronic voting machine that we saw in the country. So what do we have today? Most of what we have today was pushed a little bit by the Help America Vote Act of 2002. So because of those hanging chads and a lot of the controversy in Florida in 2000, the federal Help America Vote Act passed in 2002. That had a variety of different requirements. One thing it did was ban those big lever machines that I talked about, although, again, it took a while to phase those out. Banned the punch card voting machines. We'll see in a second. Took a little while to phase those out, too. And also provided money to do that. So the federal government provided about $3 billion to replace those voting machines across the country. It also required at least one accessible voting device. What that means is a device that's available for voters with a variety of disabilities, print disabilities, mobility disabilities, and also language accessibility. So one of those devices was required at every polling location in the country. There were also some minimum standards for voting systems. One of those standards, for example, is that a voter must be able to somehow verify their ballot as cast, and it also required the development of voluntary voting system guidelines. So this is actually a verified votings map. So I am shamelessly stealing it with permission. Mark Lindemann is here, and I think we'll speak a little bit later from Verified Voting. They are the best source of what voting systems are used in the country at the jurisdiction level. So this is a map of counties across the country, and this is election day equipment in 2006. So elections are generally run at the county level. That's why this is the case. So it tracks equipment over time, and I'll show a map of what present day looks like in a little bit too. But just to level set a little bit here, in 2006, so this is post-HAVA, this is already in the process of replacing those lever and punch card voting machines, but you'll see the purple in Idaho, those are some punch card machines still being used. That deep red in New York and Connecticut, those are lever machines still being used. Again, it took a while to phase those out, particularly in certain parts of the country. Then the other red and the sort of orangish red, if you will, those are DREs, direct recording electronic machines. I'll show you a picture of what those look like in a moment. And those come in both the paper, there's a paper audit trail on some, and some don't have that paper trail. So in 2006, we still had a variety of equipment. The green variations are hand-marked paper ballots, and again, this is election day used for most voters. And I'll show you in a few slides how that's changed. So what's a DRE? A direct recording electronic device. A lot of these were what were replacing lever machines and punch card voting machines after HAVA. So this has a screen. You're probably familiar with this. You had these in Georgia not that long ago. So the ballot is electronically presented. Selections are electronically marked. There may or may not be a paper trail. There was a big push after the 2000s in states to have a paper trail, but a lot of the machines initially did not. And then the voter selections are stored electronically in DREs. And these are just a couple of examples. I show examples of what different systems look like throughout this, not endorsing any particular vendor, try to be equal opportunity. I show a lot of different vendors on here. Then also ballot marking devices. This one's a little bit different than a DRE in that it doesn't store the choices, but otherwise looks somewhat similar. It presents the ballot electronically, selections are electronically marked, but then it produces a human readable paper ballot, and that paper ballot goes into an optical scanner to be tabulated. And I'll show those optical scanners in a moment. One thing to note about the ballot marking devices, they can print out like a full face ballot, like what you think of looking like a ballot. They also have summaries in some cases and barcodes in some cases. And optical scanners used to tabulate votes. These are what the paper ballots get fed into. These come in two varieties. You've got your sort of batch-fed scanners that tabulate very, very quickly, take a lot of ballots at a time, hundreds of ballots per minute. So those are useful when there's central count occurring. So when the paper ballots all go back to a central location, you need to tabulate them very quickly. So for example, mail ballots, absentee ballots, these are used pretty extensively. And then you have your kind of hand-fed precinct-based scanners. And those are slower, so it requires an actual kind of feeding it in one at a time. Those are often used at precinct locations for voters to do that. And those have a function where they will notify the voter if there's an error. What I mean by error is not you voted for the wrong candidate, but an overvote or an undervote. So you voted for too many candidates for a race or not enough candidates for a race is what that'll notify you of. A couple of considerations about different types of equipment. I noted that there are quite a few states that use hand-marked paper ballots, and I'll show that map in a moment. But they still use DREs or ballot marking devices for at least some voters. Again, there's that HAVA disability requirement, so you have to have at least one of those machines at every polling location. If you only have one machine, and you're a smaller jurisdiction, for example, you may run into some voter anonymity issues, so you're not having a secret ballot necessarily. Imagine you've got a precinct with just a couple hundred voters, only 3 come in to use those devices. You're probably going to be able to figure out how those 3 voted. So this is a consideration of if they're only being used for voters with disabilities or language access, there is a possibility to figure out how those voters voted. One other consideration, this is particularly true here in Georgia, you have a lot of voters who prefer to vote early or advanced voting. So one consideration with early and advanced voting at vote centers, so here in Georgia you've got that for that early or advanced voting period, not on election day though, there are some states that have it on vote centers on election day as well. But a vote center is where any voter in the county can come to any location and get their ballot. So you've got to be able to provide different ballot styles at these voting centers. A ballot style is that unique number of races for a particular voter. So everything from president down to your local race, dog catcher is always the cliche that's used. But every voter has a slightly different ballot style depending on what precinct they're in. So if they're having to come to that vote center somewhere in the county, you've got to have a way to provide those ballot styles. So a couple of ways that different jurisdictions and states do this. You can have the ballot marking devices and DREs pull up those different ballot styles, as I mentioned. So that's one way of doing it. If you've got hand-marked paper ballots, the way you're going to have to do it is actually provide those ballots ahead of time and possibly provide sufficient numbers of those to accommodate all the voters that might show up at that location. So one way to do it is to pre-print them ahead of time. There tends to be a lot of waste with that because you're having to print a lot of ballot styles that may not end up being used. So one way that jurisdictions deal with this is something called ballot on-demand printers. So that's where you can come up, pull up your ballot style, and it prints right then and there. So that is an option. That does tend to slow down the process at the polling places, you might imagine, if you're having to kind of pull up every individual's specific ballot, print it out for them. It takes some time. There are also jurisdictions that do both. So you may have a certain number of pre-printed ballot styles and then have the ballot on demand to supplement. So hand-marked paper ballots, and again, this is shamelessly stealing from Verified Voting. They've got the best information on it. It is the most common system in the US as of 2025. So 69.3% of voters live in jurisdictions where it's the primary method of casting a ballot on election day. Again, the primary method because there are still the accessible machines and there are still other methods of casting ballots. So hand-marked paper ballots, exactly what it sounds like. A voter is hand-marking that ballot using an implement, usually a pen, and then that's typically tabulated by optical scanners. There are some very small jurisdictions in the country that hand count. I say very small because it's complicated, it takes a lot of time and money, and is not always the most accurate method of doing it. It tends to be only very small jurisdictions that hand count paper ballots. So again, I'm going to show the 2006 map that I showed earlier to kind of give an idea of where we were not that long ago. Well, 20 years already. And here's where we are today. So a lot less red. Louisiana kind of stands out a little bit, and I'll talk about them in a moment. They are the only state that still has statewide DREs with no paper trail. They're trying to fix that. They're in a procurement process right now. There are still some of that orangish red, that's the DREs with a paper trail for all voters, but most of the country in one way or another has moved towards that green, which is the hand-marked paper ballots. So a few state actions to highlight on voting systems. I'm not going to go through every one of these, and I believe the committee has this printed out, so I'm not going to talk about it too much, but every state has requirements in their statute for what voting systems need to do in their state. This varies from state to state because every state does things a little bit differently, and there are certain requirements that one state has that another state might not have, but this is mostly in statute. So things like accessibility, things like security, auditability, whether or not you have to accommodate something like ranked choice voting, or in some states they require a full face ballot. You've got to be able to see the entire ballot on a screen. States have some quirks. So a lot of this is in statute, and there does tend to be a fair amount of action on this particular topic at any given time. I would say we've seen a little bit more of this lately than usual, though. So a couple of those. And then just want to provide a couple of state examples. I know a little bit later in the presentations you'll hear a little bit more from the South, so I'm going to focus on some of the other states. One thing to note is that in Georgia, you've got a statewide system. So you have the same system that you use in every single county in the state. It's kind of run at the state level in a lot of ways. A lot of other states are not like that. They kind of want to be, honestly. I talked to someone in Colorado, and he's like, I wish I was Georgia. But Colorado doesn't have that. They tried a few years ago when they were doing a purchase of new equipment to stay on the same system, but it was wrangling all the counties in order to do that. Not all the counties wanted to be on the same page. So the variations in blue are one vendor. This is Dominion, actually. And then a couple of the pink ones, that's a different vendor. It's called Clear Ballot. There's one other county that's actually moving to Clear Ballot after this election as well. So most counties did go with Dominion. There was some help from the state in funding, federal funding that was provided for election security to help some of the smaller jurisdictions that couldn't afford new equipment. So most of them moved to Dominion in the sort of 2016 to 2020 time period. After 2020, you all know this, there's been some discussions about barcodes, QR codes. There was an administrative rule in Colorado in 2023, so that was by the Secretary of State's office. So it wasn't statutory, it wasn't the legislature, it was the Secretary of State saying, okay, we're not going to have barcodes anymore. So previously they did have the Dominion system that kind of prints out the barcode summary of votes. They've now moved away from that. In order to do that, they had to upgrade both software and hardware. So they had to go to a higher version of the Dominion software that they were using, and they had to replace the printers so that they could print larger ballots. So that was an outlay, that was money that was needed to do that. That did fall on the counties because, again, they're having the counties buy those systems, and there was a little bit of support from HAVA funding for some of the smaller counties to do that. I mentioned Louisiana, and I'll just mention them briefly. These are the systems that they currently use and that they've had for quite some time, so they're trying to replace those. They don't have a paper trail at the moment, so there is some audit concerns along those lines, and they are in the process of replacing them. They're also a good one to look at to see what's out there because they're actively doing demonstrations of voting systems right now, and I've been told they're going to make some of that material available, so they're a good one to kind of look to see what's out there. New Mexico is another example. So they actually just recently are moving towards a statewide system or have made a statewide procurement of new systems. They required something in statute requiring the printing of ballots at polling locations. So that ballot on demand thing that I mentioned, they're requiring that of their counties, and that's the direction that they moved in. So this is an example of that's an electronic poll book, checking people in, just picking their ballot style there, and then it prints out a ballot. And then they have a hybrid system that actually can be a ballot marking device and then also a scanner. South Carolina is another good example. They replaced their machine statewide in 2019. They also do it at a statewide level, and that was an appropriation from the legislature. They previously had DREs without paper trails, and now they've moved to ballot marking devices for all voters. So I'm going to through these relatively quickly. I'm trying to think of how quick I was there. But just some options to consider here, and I can talk about any of these more in depth if you'd like. But one of the big things is kind of the voting culture of your state. So there's some regionality to this, like in out west, we do like to vote a certain way. In the Northeast, they like to. In the South, there's a little bit of that as well. But it's also really unique to your state. How do your voters like to cast their ballots? Do they like to do early in-person advanced voting? Do they like to vote by mail? Do they like to come to the precinct on election day? So thinking through those different options of kind of voters voting with their feet, how are they preferring to cast their ballots, and what equipment can accommodate that sort of unique culture? I mentioned this already, but the in-person locations, there's the using the same equipment for everybody versus just having that disability equipment. There's the specific accommodations for early in-person voting that I talked about a little bit. Do ballots come back to the central location? That's going to affect your equipment and the personnel for all of this. So equipment is one of the biggest sort of expenses of election administration, but it happens usually kind of every, 5 to 10 years or so. So it's a big cost at one point, but it doesn't happen all the time. Your next biggest cost in elections is going to be your people, is personnel. So depending on what the system is, that's what you're going to be paying for too, and the type of equipment does affect the number of people you need. A couple of other things to consider just is how important continuity is. So this is both for the voters, but we've actually found that voters are pretty more adaptable than you would think. People say, oh, we've always voted this way, so we're going to continue to vote this way. But no, if you move to a new system or you move to a little bit different way of doing things, people do adapt. Election officials are very adaptable as well, but they also are going to have to learn if there's a completely new system, a new vendor, they're going to have to learn that as well. So there's sort of a training aspect there. Then where does the funding come from? Is it important to stick with that unified system like I talked about, or does it make sense to go to a more county level? Counties sometimes don't realize that they have to pay for equipment. That's true all over the country. County commissioners get a little surprised sometimes and they say, what do you mean? That's up to us to pay for. There's also the EAC certification consideration. I didn't talk about that too much, but can if anybody would like to hear more. The EAC is the Election Assistance Commission, and they do have a testing and certification program for voting systems. They're in the process of moving from one standard, a 1.0 standard, to a 2.0 standard. So if the latest kind of standards, if a system's required to be certified to that, that's another consideration. Post-election audit requirements, I think you may hear about a little later, but that's another consideration for equipment. What is that paper trail? What does it look like? How is that done? And can that meet the post-election audit requirements? And then just something to mention specifically with hand-marked paper ballots. I come from Colorado, and we have mostly mail ballots. So a lot of those hand-marked paper ballots coming back. People do some crazy things on hand-marked paper ballots sometimes. So it should be pretty obvious. You mark the oval. Not everybody does that. Some people circle the candidate. Some people do a check mark. They do all kinds of things. Some people will even write their name and address on the ballot, which is not good because then it's not a secret ballot anymore. The one aspect of hand-marked paper ballots in particular is those rules on voter intent. So who is deciding if this voter did this strange thing that didn't fill in the oval? Who makes the decision of what that voter intended, what that vote is actually meant to be? So that's called ballot adjudication. Usually you have two people from two different political parties looking at those individual ballots and making a determination. So ensuring that those laws are kind of up to date and would accommodate something like hand-marked paper ballots. With that, Mr. Chair, thank you, and I would take any questions.
Can you hear me? That was great. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'll open up the floor to committee members for questions. Chairman Anderson.
Thank you. Get this a little closer here. And thank you for your presentation, Katie. You had, on one of your slides, you showed some examples, and you talked a little bit about ballot-on-demand printing. Can you kind of go through that a little bit? What is required to be able to do that? Is that, I know you have to have a printer that will print the size paper that you need for a full-face ballot, but what feeds that information in? Kind of walk us through that for your experience with the areas that do that.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. So with ballot-on-demand printers, you need a couple of things. You generally need a way to figure out what ballot style the voter actually needs. So in a lot of places, that would be an electronic poll book. So you're looking up the voter, you're pulling up, okay, they need this certain ballot style. And then you need that feeding into the printer, and so the printer then prints that ballot right then and there. So that's typically, you don't have to have the electronic poll book portion, but most places do. Again, this can slow down the process. So something to consider is if you've got a lot of people coming in person, kind of how quickly things happen at a polling location. So when you imagine, you got to pull up their ballot style on the electronic poll book, you've got to print it, you've got to hand it to them, it can slow things down a bit. I've also heard anecdotally that some of the ballot on demand printers, as with any printer, they jam sometimes, they can have some issues. So again, just thinking about if that slows down the process.
Okay, and one of the things that we've done in the last few years in Georgia with Senate Bill 202 primarily is work to try to cut down on wait lines at polling locations and that sort of thing. So when you say takes more time, I mean, any thoughts there about what additional time frame it takes or anything like that on average?
There have been some academic studies on various aspects of sort of time studies at polling locations, so I can see if I can find that for you. I don't know off the top of my head. I can tell you, in my experience in Colorado, we have a lot of people voting by mail in Colorado, but you still have the options to come into the voter service center and vote in person if you'd like. So because that sort of, there's more people voting by mail, so there's not as many coming in person. And so that's a consideration too. If you're not expecting as many people to come in person, you can take a little bit more time on every voter potentially, and that's a sustainable model. But I can see if there's some time studies on that I can provide you.
Okay, thank you.
Chairman Leverett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. That was really very interesting. I wanted to kind of walk back through a couple of, we were going at about 900 miles an hour, so I want to well, no, you had a lot of information to cover, I know, and I'm sort of bad to get a little granular here, you'll see. But so my recollection, such as it is that a lot of the involvement of more electronic voting systems was sort of fostered after the 2000 election when we had all the adjudication issues about what is the voter intent on a hand-marked paper ballot. Hanging chads, pregnant chads, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so the DRE system is one where you have a machine and you don't have a piece of paper, you've got a machine with a screen that you touch usually. But it's different from the BMD because it actually stores the vote you have made. It sort of has like digital memory of what the votes are themselves, and they're stored somehow electronically. Is that right?
Right, yes.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then the ballot marking device is simply a machine that generates a ballot of your choices where you're not actually marking on a piece of paper itself. You're entering some choices on a screen, and then it generates a piece of paper that somehow memorializes those choices, either through showing the things you did or some other method like a QR code or something that's supposed to digitally have that, and then that can be readable. So if you have the BMD, you need something else to then read and tabulate that vote. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And so did those just develop as independent different options for trying to tackle the problem of what do you do about trying to avoid the adjudication process, I guess was kind of where we were headed.
Yeah, that's correct. And there's also, I've heard ballot marking devices called a fancy pencil, because what they're doing is they're just marking that ballot like someone would, but they offer all of the accessibility options, the language access requirements, they pull up any ballot style, like I said, and to your point, they're also unambiguous. You've got that mark, there's not somebody who's going to make a strange mark there, so that was the voter's intent pretty unambiguously because they selected that as their intent.
All right. And then my recollection is the initial system that Georgia had starting in the early 2000s, up until, I guess, the Dominion system, which we got, I guess, in 18 or somewhere in the teens, I think, it did not generate a paper trail. It was solely electronic or solely a digital storage, I guess, of the voter choice.
Someone would have to check me on that. I'm not sure about that for Georgia specifically, but with the DREs, there are both options. There are some that don't provide a paper trail. There are some that do. There was also a push to sort of retrofit them with that paper trail option in the early 2000s.
Yeah. Okay. And so now, Chairman Anderson had a few questions for you. The other system, which, well, it's right there behind you right now, the ballot printing system. So I gather this is a machine, and you said the issue is you can generate a few, sort of an inventory of ballots to have, so when people come in, you can give those to them right away, or you can just print as they come in. But I guess the printer is relatively fast, but still when you've got, I would assume when you've got like an urban setting or just a very busy polling place, every little second or two multiplied by thousands can produce more time. So I would assume that's an issue with that kind of system is you worry about wait times.
Yes, that's absolutely true.
And is that system intended to address the concerns with an electronic system where you don't have paper? You know, there are concerns, I think, that have been expressed by a lot of people about if the machine's properly recording, if it's properly tabulating, if it's properly entering it, and this is a way to sort of, it's a more traditional paper ballot system. What is the advantage to that over just simply having an inventory of ballots? Is that supposed to be less expensive? Is it where you can tailor the ballot to each person, or what are the advantages, or at least perceived advantages of that system versus just a simple, the way we used to do it with a big inventory of ballots in the polling place?
Yeah, and I would defer to the election officials, but a lot of it is just a waste factor.
Okay.
So if you're printing out, if you're, someone who really is trying to think about all the possible contingencies, which election officials do, you might print out a ballot style for every single voter for every single precinct, and you're going to end up with, discarding however many. Yeah. A lot of these systems too use dedicated ballot stock, and it's not cheap. So again, all of this is a sort of like considerations of the different way of doing things and what are the cost considerations, how many are you going to need. In large urban settings especially, you may need a lot of those printers too, depending on how many voters you're having coming through.
And I would imagine the manufacturers are kind of proud of them. Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Monahan.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to move it over here so I can look at you and talk. All right. And I don't want to ask you a question maybe that's outside the depth of your knowledge for Georgia. I know you gave a good overview today. So I want to talk about the voting machines as they are as far as tabulation goes. So let me back up. Let me ask this question first. That is, typically for states, when they are looking at new voting machines or new voting systems, is the software or hardware manufacturer, are they leading the conversation? Are they giving standard templates like, hey, this is what we often use, and then the state gives maybe a few? The word contingencies, I think, that you said earlier, when you had mentioned all these different folks who run our elections statewide, they're thinking through these contingencies. It's super hard to do that, right? So we do that in our business. We try to think through every single contingency, and you always have these edge cases, right? They are kind of on the edge, and we didn't expect that, and you have to kind of go back to it. Are they delivering? Is that what you see mostly? Do you see these conversations that are happening on the front end? Hey, we can deliver the system. We've got to make these changes for your state. What does that conversation typically look like in states that you've seen across the country?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. And a difficult question in some ways, but I would say that I'm going to take words from somebody that I worked with a long time ago on this, but your RFP, your procurement process, is your best chance to make those decisions for the vendor. So I don't know what the process looks like from here. So there's sort of the state requirements. So I think of, the legislature, you all set the framework. You sent this is generally what we're looking for, and we can set that in requirements in statute or administrative rule, what have you. But the procurement process is really where a lot of that happens. And no, I think absolutely it should be localities or states, if it's happening at the state level, saying this is what we want. and the vendors have to meet that. Now, there may be some just technological, like, oh, they can't do everything, and there's not that many vendors out there. So your choices may be somewhat limited just by what's technologically possible. But no, during that procurement process and then the subsequent contracting process, that's what you're saying. This is what we expect. These are the requirements that we're wanting to meet in our state.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I want to kind of go from there. I want to ask you a question about the tabulation. So, I think it said 70% of states are on these hand-marked paper ballots, and with those, are they mostly mail-in ballots? When you say the 70%, have those been traditionally early advance voting, or are those more traditionally in-person day of voting?
So it varies quite a bit by state because, again, there's a lot of, states have different kind of methods that they do it, and some states are heavy on mail-in voting, some states are heavy on early in-person, some are heavy on kind of in-person precinct level voting. It can occur in all of those circumstances. And then, so in a lot of ways, if you've got a lot of ballots being marked at polling places, you've also got a lot of early coming in, you've got a lot of absentee coming in, that's where those high-speed scanners come in. So if you've got a lot of those coming, they can come from different places, but they're those hand-marked, they can all be tabulated with those high-speed scanners, and that is occurring in some states.
Okay. And I don't know the depth of your knowledge about Georgia's systems here today, but I want to ask some questions, and that is, in other states, in how many instances are they tabulating votes? So let me give you an example. John Doe voter walks in Georgia. He would sign the poll pad, and sign up. I want to go vote. They're going to give you a card. You're going to go to the machine. You're going to make your choices. It's going to print out your ballot there. You're going to review your choices. Everything's there. It says I voted for so and so, and I voted for so and so, and I take it to the scanner. This is what we have today. In how many instances in Georgia are we tabulating just the raw number of people that voted? And then you said contingencies and complexities, which is if I'm thinking about it from a software perspective, every machine would have a count. The original poll pads would have a count. All the paper ballots that are inside of a box would count. Is that what you're seeing kind of in the states, in the United States? Is that common? Is that standard operating procedure?
Yes. So what you're talking about, what I would categorize as, it's called ballot reconciliation, where you're reconciling essentially the number of people who came in, so the number of people that checked in on the poll book, for example, with the number of ballots that you eventually had. Yes, that is widespread.
And even down to the BMDs themselves. Or have you seen states that are individual? Is that standard operating procedure for states to calculate all these? So if you imagine no matter at what step of the process, they would all equal. They would all be. Does that make sense?
So you're asking sort of the tally of people that have used a certain ballot marking device?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, just where you can have, it should be zero sum.
Yeah, I understand. So again, ballot reconciliation procedures, which is kind of what you're talking about, so they vary somewhat, again, depending on the type of equipment and exactly how that's done, but yes, that is occurring.
But standard operating procedure in the states that you've seen is at every single instance from top to bottom, that's a standard operating procedure.
Oof. That's a pretty big generalization I'm not sure I can make, but it is pretty standard, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here this morning, and thankful for your presentation. And if we have follow-up questions, we'll be happy to send them to you. And thank you for your time and what you do.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right. Next presenter will be Dr. Tyler Reinigle. He is Director of Policy and Research for the Council of State Governments.
Well, good morning, and thank you, Chairman Fleming. Thank you, members of the committee. Appreciate the invitation to be here today. My name is Tyler Reinagel. I'm the Director of Policy and Research with the Council of State Governments, our Southern Regional Office. For those who may not be familiar, much like our colleagues at NCSL and Katie, we are a 501c3 nonprofit providing programs, resource, policy evaluation, and work like this for our members across the country, serving all three branches of government, executive, legislative, and judicial. I am based out of the Southern office, so I had a little bit shorter commute than Katie. I came down from Atlanta, not from Colorado. But as you can see from the map here, we do serve 15 southern states, from Missouri all the way down to Texas, over to Florida, and up to our friends in Virginia and West Virginia. In addition to my work here, we do provide leadership development and staff resources for government staffers and elected officials across all branches of government in our service area. And our point of pride really during the year is our annual Southern Legislative Conference. We recently held this in Birmingham this year. Very much looking forward to 2027. Right now, our chair-elect is Speaker Burns of the Georgia House of Representatives. So in summer of 2027, we'll be right here in Savannah for the Southern Legislative Conference, bringing together about 1,500 legislators and government staffers from across the region for a full 4 days of programming. So very excited to get back to Savannah for that. But the topic at hand, election administration in the South. So Katie hit on a lot of the areas around the evolution of election technology and the methods that are being used in the states. What I'm really going to focus on today is a selection of our southern states and how they're governed, how the elections operations are administered, the relationship between local governments, the county officials that are responsible for executing the day-to-day and pulling those elections together, and obviously the state guidance and state directives that come from Secretary of State or their equivalent offices throughout our state. And a big portion of that discussion is going to be around funding, and you'll see some examples in my presentation today about that. We'll also look at funding challenges. As you might imagine, elections, and I'm sure the elections officials in the room today are aware, these are highly variable costs. These are going to vary very significantly from year to year based on the number of elections that are taking place and the number of one-time costs that come around the equipment. And then lastly, as Katie did, we'll look at a few current legislative efforts taking place across the South. I want to take some time just to look at a couple of different models of election governance that exist across our southern states. First going out to our western border in Oklahoma, out to the western border of our region, that is. Oklahoma is one of the few states in the southern region that works on a centralized model in which the state government owns and maintains the election equipment that's used. That equipment that Katie got into is all owned by the Secretary of State's office and basically on loan to the county governments. This makes sure that you've got standardized equipment across the state, which the vote from the verified voting map that Katie shared earlier it reflected that. So generally, your local costs are going to be lower in a situation like this because the state is bearing that responsibility for equipment replacement, maintenance, acquisition of new equipment where needed, and that's deployed out to their state's 77 counties. So those local costs are generally going to be limited to personnel, to printing, to postage, those relatively small expenditures relative to the capital investment of equipment that's going to have a multi-year lifespan. Juxtapose that with a state like Mississippi. Mississippi, like most of the southern states, is decentralized in that the county governments are responsible for the acquisition, maintenance, and replacement of that equipment. So the financial responsibility comes back to the county officials in Mississippi. As Katie alluded to in her presentation earlier, a lot of the states have made this move toward the paper-based ballot trail. Mississippi, no exception there, having passed their most recent bill in 2022, going from the electronic voting touchscreen machines to the paper-based systems. Obviously, a transition like that is going to be very expensive on the equipment, on the capital investment front. So the state of Mississippi did provide in that bill $8.7 million worth of grant money that goes back out to the counties. Anyone who's been in discussions about procurement of election equipment knows that across a state the size of Mississippi, $8.7 million probably doesn't go too far in covering that, but it was an intent from the legislature in Mississippi to help cover that cost. Arkansas was very similar. Arkansas has got a decentralized model in which the counties across their state are responsible for that. The 75 counties are able to enter into contracts with approved vendors from the Secretary of State's office, those that do meet the legal requirements for what that equipment is intended to do, and the security that comes along with that. Similar to what we saw in the Mississippi legislation from 2022, the most recent adopted budget from the Arkansas legislature provides for $11 million in grant funding that can be distributed out to county officials for the acquisition of that new equipment that complied with their shift a few years back. Shifting gears, looking at another one of our states, and Katie mentioned it in her presentation as well, Louisiana, which is currently in the procurement process to replace their DRE machines. But Louisiana does have a structure that, much like we saw in Oklahoma, is centralized. So the state government owns this, and it's on lease. Of course, our friends in Louisiana refer to their counties as parishes out there. So that equipment is on lease or on loan from the state to the parish governments and the parish custodians to execute their elections, but ultimately those parish officials are not on the hook financially for the cost of that equipment, the maintenance of that equipment, and the replacement of that equipment. Louisiana does provide an opportunity for a little bit of cost recovery. So in most of our southern states where the county governments or their equivalent governments are responsible for paying that generally out of general fund revenue, that coming in from sales taxes, property taxes, and other more ubiquitous revenue sources, the state of Louisiana does allow the Secretary of State to sell maps and data for some cost recovery. Obviously, that's not going to cover the full cost of elections across the entire state, but there is a degree of balancing out the costs that are being incurred to administer those elections. Headed over to the Atlantic coast and our friends in North Carolina. Again, a decentralized system in which county governments in North Carolina are allowed to enter into contracts with different vendors who are approved by their Secretary of State's office. One unique aspect of North Carolina is that their state law that was passed back in 2019, I believe, does require, the vendors that want to be eligible to serve North Carolina counties to have a statewide contract. So rather than county officials having to go through a procurement process where they get competitive bids from the different vendors of this election equipment, those vendors are required to have a statewide norm that is the baseline for all counties. So you do have the opportunity to pay the same for that equipment regardless of whether you're a rural county with lower demand for equipment or, say, a Mecklenburg County, which is home to Charlotte, which would have a lot higher demand. The counties are not compelled to adhere to that statewide contract, but it is a requirement that the vendors provide that as an option. Tennessee recently made a shift in 2022, one of those that I believe Katie mentioned in her presentation earlier. And this one really was they are a decentralized model in Tennessee, but this was more a shift to upgrade existing equipment. As you can see on this slide, and I won't go through line by line, but 46 of the state's counties in Tennessee had equipment that was equipped and really just needed minor upgrades to meet the thresholds that were adopted by the legislature in their 2022 legislative session. Cost estimates that came out of the Fiscal Research Office there in the Tennessee legislature in Nashville had the cost of conversion, a 2-year conversion window, at about $11.6 million during the first year and about $15.1 million the second year, and then ongoing maintenance and funding that was provided to the county governments that were responsible for that at a little over $1 million a year. And as you see here at the bottom, the state does provide continuing support for that. During the transition, it provided about $1.4 million a year. As you can see, that's generally 5 to 10% of the costs that were there. And then ongoing $500,000 a year appropriations that do go out to counties to provide for that support. Kentucky takes an interesting model in that there is a recurring reimbursement for the costs that are being incurred. So Kentucky, like most of our southern states, decentralized where the county governments have that responsibility, both from a procurement perspective and an expenditure perspective. But as you see down there at the bottom, the State Elections Board in Kentucky does have annual appropriations of $1.2 million that provide direct reimbursement to the county governments for a portion of that. There was a great quote from the Kentucky State Board of Elections Assistant Director here, and I'm sure many of our elections directors from across Georgia can sympathize with this. If you've been around any election cycle as an elected official, you can attest that these numbers don't cover very much. So it is acknowledged that these numbers, the money that's coming from the legislature is not covering those costs completely, but at least it is offsetting the burden that our county officials have got across the country. And then lastly, just across the river here in South Carolina is the third of those southern states that does have a centralized model. So when South Carolina shifted to their current election system in 2019, the 5-member state elections commission did go with a single vendor, and in the state of South Carolina, the state owns that equipment, parses it out to the counties across the state for the purpose of executing those elections, but the state does bear the financial responsibility of additional procurement and ongoing maintenance with that. That model in 2019 did replace a paperless voting system that South Carolina had adopted roughly the same time as Georgia initially did back in the early 2000s. So, little snapshot of what our neighbors and our peers across the South are doing, I do want to focus a little more specifically on election costs here in Georgia, because when we talk about governance, this is really the key for a lot of folks in a decentralized model where county leadership is responsible for finding these funds. Like I said before, this is largely borne through general fund revenue that our county governments have got across the state, but it is also among the most inconsistent expenditure lines that we see in county governments. Public safety expenditures are going to be pretty consistent from year to year. Debt service is going to be pretty consistent from year to year. You don't see that in elections. When you've got an on year during a presidential election cycle or a general election cycle like we're going to have next year, the costs are going to go up. In an off year, you're not going to have as much on the expenditure front. Another thing to keep in mind, and anytime I've got my team doing research, fiscal year incongruence is a big consideration, and I've got a graph coming up that's going to highlight that more particularly, and I'll explain that to you shortly. Third, in addition to the ongoing operational costs of our elections offices across the state, because we are a decentralized model and our county governments are responsible for the equipment and its acquisition, you do see a number of one-time expenditures that come in from time to time, and these are just a few examples over the last few years. In Cherokee County, FY21, a $1.6 million investment, capital investment in elections equipment. Houston County with $2.5 million the same year. Even in a more rural county like Irwin County, $113,000 is a fairly significant commitment for a county of that size, and that was just more recently in FY23. And another more rural county, Thomas County, down on the Georgia-Florida border, $1.7 million in FY 2020. So lots of those one-time expenditures. These are just a handful from across the 159 counties, but this gives you an idea of the financial burden that is out there. Fourth, county and municipal governments may contract for election administration. This is not something that is standard necessarily across the state. Our county elections officials obviously do maintain the voter lists that are provided to our municipal officials across the state, but they do have the option of whether or not they want to contract with the county to administer those elections. To give you one example, the city of Lawrenceville and Gwinnett County, they do not contract to run those municipal elections. The city of Lawrenceville holds their elections at City Hall and does not handle the county, state, and federal elections. On the other hand, the city of Marietta and Cobb County does contract, so you'll see municipal elections handled in exactly the same way. So that is strictly a home rule decision between the county and municipal governments all over the state. Now, I mentioned the graph, and I want to share with you election expenditures from across the state. So I've got a couple here. This one, as you can see from the counties on the bottom, certainly the larger counties, and I suspect most folks' eyes went to a peak in 2020 there in Fulton County. I want to give that a little bit of context. So if we look across the state, first off, in 2020, Fulton County conducted 6 elections. There were special elections following the death of Congressman John Lewis and the vacancy of a state Senate seat, primary election, general election, runoff election. So there were 6 elections conducted in Fulton County during 2020. One of the things I mentioned on the previous slide was fiscal year incongruence. So Fulton County operates on a fiscal year of January 1 to December 31st, meaning that all 6 of those elections are reflected in the metric that you see here. The other larger counties, Chatham County, Gwinnett County, DeKalb County, Cobb County, they are in conjunction with the state fiscal year of July 1 through June 30th. So a June primary is going to be reflected on the FY 2020 expenditures, but the November general election had crossed that line into the new fiscal year, and you'd see that reflected in fiscal year 2021. So looking at the yellow line here, you see that reflected in Cobb County. The FY21 expenditures were actually higher than FY 2020, but that's just because of the alignment of the fiscal year. No value judgment on the fiscal year. We've got local governments in the state that quite literally have fiscal years ending every month of the year. None necessarily better than the other, but it does need that context to understand why you see those peaks in the places you do for different counties. And then looking at the other end of the spectrum in terms of population, some of our more rural counties here, you see similar spikes and similar inconsistency in election expenditures. And members of the committee, I'm happy to pull this information for any of the counties in the state, happy to pull that for you and do any additional assessment, but really just the visual representation here of the fluctuations that our elections officials, county managers, and county boards of commissioners across the state are feeling from year to year. That's a duplicate slide, I apologize. So to wrap up, just a few observations about election administration across the South. 3 of our 15 states, Oklahoma, Louisiana, are working in a centralized model with state ownership and state fiscal responsibility. Local government grant programs are very common across the South. They're not covering 100% of election costs in those decentralized areas, but they are very common to help offset the costs that local officials are bearing. Third, equipment standards and approvals are common. So even in states where the county governments are able to put out a competitive bid, they are able to look to different vendors, but they have been approved at the state level by the Secretary of State or their equivalent to meet expectations around security, tabulation, capacity for write-in voting, and some other standard protocol there. And then across the South, we do see a number of vendors. Katie alluded to this earlier. Most common election systems and software, which is in use, are available as an option across 12 of our states. And Hart InterCivic, which you saw on one of her maps from Verified Voting, they are present as certified vendors in 7 states. But we do have a litany of other vendors across the South, ranging from as few as 2 in North Carolina to as many as 7 approved vendors for county governments in Missouri. So with that, there is some information on here on legislation in the South, but Katie had a lot of this as well. Happy to discuss any of that, and members of the committee happy to entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? Chairman Anderson.
Thank you. And thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. You focus a lot on total budget figures for comparable size counties and that sort of thing. Has anybody taken a look at this? And you know, financial considerations are major for our local communities.
Absolutely.
It's not the single deciding factor on how we vote, but it is a significant concern. Have we looked at this on a per registered voter basis so it could be a more consistent comparison of county to county, Georgia to other states versus national average? Anybody done any research related to that?
We did not for this study, and I am not familiar with any. I also didn't do any in-depth searching for that, but I can certainly do that when I get back to my office and work with my team to break out those numbers to get a kind of peer-to-peer comparison.
Well, I think that would be valuable, not just for us, but also for you and your peers. I know when we look at education expense, we tend to classify that as per full-time equivalent student. I mean, different categories like that. It would be good for us to know how much we are spending per registered voter in the state, narrowed down to at the county level, and how that compares to other parts of the country, if that information can be compiled.
Yeah, absolutely. I will work with my team to pull that together. One thing I will point out, and this doesn't get to the cost necessarily per voter, but looking at our friends up to the north in Kentucky, part of their state reimbursement, as you see on the bottom bullet points here, they do reimburse counties on a per voter basis. Again, not the full cost that the counties are bearing there, but that is the one instance where I will say they do look at a per voter measure.
Yeah, of course, that reimbursement rate doesn't even cover postage.
Oh, yeah, not even close.
All right.
Thank you. When I came across that quote from their assistant director from their state board of elections, I got a good chuckle out of it.
Chairman Levitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. That was very informative. So I'm gathering then for your centralized systems, the characteristics tend to be where you've got some state agency or body dictating the not just general criteria, but the specific pieces of equipment that they've got that county offices have to use. And then usually the state is the one who purchases and acquires the equipment and then distributes it or allocates it somehow to county offices. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. So the state would put out an RFP, and that's only in Louisiana, Oklahoma, and South Carolina that have that centralized model. The state would put out an RFP, and the vendors would come in, do their demonstrations, go through the typical procurement process. Then the state retains the ownership and the financial burden, distributes it out, typically based on population and need across, an urban county versus a more rural county. But the state does retain that ownership and financial burden.
And it's also, I would guess, even in what we're calling the centralized states, you don't have a office of the state in every jurisdiction. There are individual jurisdictional like local jurisdiction offices that manage and staff the election, but this, in these states, the state is sort of dictating what kind of system and what specific equipment you're going to use.
Exactly.
Is that
So
correct?
the elections administrators at the county level would do things like poll worker recruitment, arranging locations for polling sites, the nuts and bolts kind of day-to-day logistics, but not the capital investment or maintenance of the equipment that's being used.
And so that, in that, would Georgia then be characterized as a centralized?
It's kind of a hybrid in the current model because ultimately the ownership and acquisition and maintenance of the equipment is the responsibility of the counties in Georgia. That's not the case in South Carolina, Louisiana, and Oklahoma.
Okay, so the local jurisdiction does get they actually purchase and acquire the equipment?
Correct. In Georgia, yes.
Okay.
That is correct.
But is there state funding provided for that? Or
It
do they
varies
do
from
it-
year to year based on the appropriations from the General Assembly.
Okay, all right. So in the decentralized states, it sounds like you've still got some general criteria that the state sets that all these local offices would have to comply with.
Correct. So there are statutory standards in all those states that are decentralized. Things like security, generally there's some sort of cybersecurity element that goes along with the equipment that's being approved. How the tabulation is done. So there are statutory requirements that are in place in those states. And ultimately, the Secretary of State or their equivalent office in those states puts together a list of approved vendors, makes, and models of equipment that the county governments can then choose from. County governments would then open up bidding to different approved vendors and decide at the local level which type of equipment, which make and model they want to purchase and from which vendor.
Okay.
But it does have to be on that approved list from the state level.
Okay.
And there are a few, if we look at North Carolina, they've only got 2 approved vendors that are actively participating in the state's process. Go to Missouri, you've got as many as 7 that the county officials can choose from. So that's certainly a state-by-state model, but Georgia's is the only one that has a single vendor in a decentralized model where counties have that
I
responsibility.
see. So in other words, in Georgia, we don't just say, here are the criteria. We say, you got to get this thing, but you got to go get it.
Correct.
You
So
gotta
when you
pay
look at
for it.
that
You gotta
map
figure out
from
how you're gonna pay
earlier,
for it.
it's a single vendor across all 159 counties because that is the directive.
In the states that are, and this is sort of getting into an election administration question that may not be your sort of expertise or knowledge, but it would seem to me one of the concerns you would have in a decentralized state is the ability for all of those different systems to communicate with some, because we usually have centralized reporting on the state as a whole. And I guess is that usually dealt with in the criteria or in the vendors they approve, they make sure they all would communicate with whatever system the state has to receive that.
I don't know the mechanisms that are in place, but they do have that reporting that you gather the results at the county level based on the equipment you're using at the county. And through some mechanism, state by state, it's going to look different, but it does get fed into the Secretary of State or their equivalent office for that reporting on election night.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Any of the members? Thank you, sir. We appreciate
you,
your
Mr.
time this
Chairman.
morning. Our next presenter will be Dr. Mark Lindeman, Policy and Strategy Director at Verified Voting. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Yeah, I didn't think to bring a picture of myself. That's okay, you can see me. As you heard, I'm Mark Lindeman. I'm Policy and Strategy Director at Verified Voting. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a moment. Okay. I think there's a sound crew too, so I'll let them do some of the adjusting. Ironically, I had a little tech problem, so I will be mixed mode here. I'll be switching over from paper to computer partway through my remarks. And I know you've heard a lot of words already, so I'm going to try to slow it down a little, maybe say less than I feel like I would like to, and we'll see where the committee members would like to go. So Verified Voting is a national nonpartisan organization that founded by computer scientists back in 2004. And our mission is to strengthen democracy for all voters by promoting the responsible use of technology in elections. We're committed to helping ensure that eligible voters can vote, that they can cast their votes as they intend, and that they have justified confidence in the election results, all in the face of possible technology failures, user errors, cyber attacks, and also, frankly, fear-mongering, because elections are complicated and elections are scary. I myself have been pleased to work with state and local election officials in Georgia and elsewhere to help implement post-election audits that can help confirm or, if necessary, correct vote counts, tabulations. And that includes Georgia's first risk-limiting audit pilot back in 2019. So I have some firsthand appreciation of Georgia election administration as it plays out to serve voters. My remarks today are focused on some key choices Georgia faces as it considers updating or replacing various parts of its voting system. As I've mentioned, election security discussions can be frustrating. I was thinking about this. It's sort of like those drug ads where there's 30 seconds of someone at high speed rattling off contraindications and side effects. And it's a lot of information, but what are you supposed to take away from that? Should you be terrified? Should you ignore it? It's important for us to bear in mind that we live our lives in the middle ground between utter safety and imminent disaster. And that's especially true when it comes to technology. So often a way I approach this, it's sort of an in-joke at verified voting, is to think about cars. People don't generally argue about whether automobiles are safe or dangerous. We widely understand that cars are very useful, that they don't always work, that they can be dangerous, and that both personal and policy choices can reduce the risks and increase the benefits. Very few people want to ban cars. That would create a lot of other problems and leave many other problems unaddressed. But a lot of work has gone into making cars, roads, and drivers safer. And there's a lot of agreement about how to go about that, but also a lot of disagreement. So in this process as a whole, you will hear a lot of different emphasis and a lot of actual disagreement. I'm sure that's been clear already. There are obvious differences between car safety and election technology. I lock my car, but I don't really worry about it being attacked by a hostile nation state. So it's a different space. But one important difference is public familiarity. Most of us, even if we don't drive, we're broadly familiar with the benefits and risks of cars, kind of familiar. Most people are not nearly as familiar with election technology or election administration. So we're not used to thinking about possible risks, how important they are, and how they can be managed. So we certainly don't expect voters to think as much about elections as they do about cars. It's not going to happen. I can't put too much hope in public education. We favor policies that are going to make sense to voters and help them have justified confidence in the process and the results. So since our founding in 2004, verified voting's most basic recommendation is to provide paper ballots on which voters can verify that their votes are accurately recorded, and to use those voter-verified paper ballots in routine audits that check the vote counts and, when necessary, in recounts. So we always come back to the paper. Voter-verified paper ballots, combined with other best practices, make elections more resilient because they can provide reliable evidence of voter intent without having to rely on the machine results. From 2002 through 2019, Georgia used so-called paperless electronic voting machines. You heard about these, direct recording electronic, which didn't provide a paper trail that voters could verify. So the state took a big step forward in 2020, although not exactly in the way that we recommend. I came down to Georgia in 2018 and testified to the Safe Commission that most in-person voters should be casting hand-marked paper ballots. And here it is, 2025, and I'll say it again. most Georgia voters should hand mark their paper ballots, with ballot marking devices available for voters who need or prefer them. I will also say, again, that Georgia is much better off for having paper ballots that voters can check before they cast them. The full hand count in the 2020 presidential election largely supported the original results, and it also identified some errors that were corrected. In a 2022 election in DeKalb County, a hand count was needed to determine the winner. And just as important, Georgia has conducted a series of post-election audits, routine audits, that have helped confirm the machine counts. So all of that is good. Paper ballots can help you attest to correct results and, when necessary, fix incorrect results. That's how it should work. As Katie Owens-Hubler has noted, hand-marked paper ballots and ballot marking devices are the most common in-person voting methods around the nation. And since we recommend using both together, I just want to make sure we're on the same page, as it were, about those methods. So specifically for in-person voters, it's far most common for in-person voters to hand-mark their paper ballots, which of course is what Georgia mail voters do. And you've heard a bit about this. After you check in, you receive a ballot that contains the contests you're eligible to vote for, and all the candidates you could vote for, with typically an oval next to each one. You fill in with a pen your choices, and in most jurisdictions, you then place your ballot in a tabulating scanner that counts the votes and stores your ballot in a bin. So Georgia decided instead to adopt ballot marking devices for almost all in-person voters. And sort of to briefly review, I know most of you have done this, maybe some of you vote by mail. Again, as it's been described, after you check in, you receive a card that you take to a ballot marking device, and it displays sequentially all the contests and choices. And most voters use a touchscreen to make their selections, but there are also some alternative devices, such as what's called an audio tactile interface, that can help support voters with disabilities. So after you've made your selection in Georgia, your ballot is printed on an attached printer, which is called a summary ballot, which means that it shows the contests in your vote selections, not all the other candidates. And currently, Georgia ballots have a QR code, sometimes called a two-dimensional barcode, that represents your vote selections. So that's because the system software decodes the QR code. It isn't designed to actually read the text on the ballot that you can read. Once the ballot is printed, you have a chance to check it, and then again, you insert the ballot in a tabulating scanner. I just want to underscore, Georgia cannot eliminate all ballot marking devices. Thank you for that. Some voters can't hand mark paper ballots, and as you've heard, it's actually a requirement of federal law to support voters with disabilities, and it's also the right thing to do. Voters could prefer to use ballot marking devices for any number of good reasons, or personal reasons, and it should be easy for voters to do that if they wish. Okay, so there's a lot on the table, a lot of moving parts. Using BMDs for all in-person voters, as opposed to hand-marked paper ballots for most voters. The choice of summary ballots versus what you heard called full-face ballots, like bubble ballots that look just like hand-marked. The encoding of ballots of voter selections in barcodes or QR codes. And also having a separate scanner instead of having a device that both marks the ballot and tabulates the ballot. So that's a choice too that I just want you to be aware of. So you have to consider what to change and when to change it. Obviously, I have at least one strong recommendation, spoiler, but I'm not here to tell you all the right answers, especially about timing. Instead, I just hope to help you think about your choices. So a few words on why we prefer hand-marked paper ballots for most voters. Three main reasons that really overlap. They all have to do with increasing election resilience by reducing reliance on technology. So first is the importance of voter verification. Voters who hand mark their ballots can check their vote selections, as they go, contest by contest, and then do one more review at the end. If you vote on a ballot marking device, your paper ballot doesn't exist until very late in the voting process. And a lot of research indicates that voters often don't check their ballots or barely check them. That means that they might not even notice an error in the ballot, and they, at any rate, may not really have high confidence that the ballot says what it's supposed to say, who they intended to vote for. So Georgia, of course, has rules to encourage voters to verify their ballots before putting them in the scanners. But there's no need to put voters in that position. Someone might say it's sort of like treating voters as virus scanners. Maybe they don't have to do that. Second is hardware bottlenecks. If everyone votes on BMDs with attached printers, that's a lot of BMDs and printers and other equipment to store and maintain and transport and set up and break down. So a lot of hardware can mean a lot of problems, including machines malfunctioning, batteries dying, you name it. And that can contribute to delays and potentially disenfranchising voters entirely because they can't wait out the lines. There's no way to avoid technology in elections. So hand-marked paper ballots don't mean eliminating technology, but you may have fewer points of failure if you designed it well. Okay. Finally, BMDs can misbehave or fail or perhaps be manipulated in ways that could be especially terrifying and legitimately terrifying perhaps for voters. So I'm thinking of a case in Northampton County, Pennsylvania in 2023. On this ballot, there were retention contests. People were voting on whether to keep or remove certain judges. And a couple of the contest labels actually were flipped on the ballots. This was a programming error, should have been caught, wasn't. So if you voted to keep one judge and remove another, it appeared the exact opposite on your ballot. So this caused appropriate consternation, and eventually the word came down. Voters should ignore those labels on the ballot. Their votes will be counted as they intended, which presumably was true. But voters should never have to ignore what their ballots say. You just never want that particular scenario to be possible. And that was an innocent error in, luckily, contests that were in no way close. But if someone were able to manipulate even a handful of ballot marking devices to do this deliberately, that could cause, frankly, a massive panic. So I can't rule that out. I don't think, for all the efforts to secure voting machines in Georgia, I don't think anyone can tell you, oh, that could never happen. So we worry about it. For these reasons, we think that Georgia should move expeditiously towards a system where most in-person voters use hand-marked paper ballots. But that transition does have to be carefully managed because rapid change creates its own costs and risks. So we want to give election officials the time and the resources to do this well in service of voters. Okay, I'm going to hit a few high points. As you've already heard, thank you. As you've already heard, implementing hand-marked paper ballots is going to require ballot-on-demand printers made available, especially in advanced voting sites that can produce the appropriate ballot for each voter, much as the ballot marking devices currently can display the right contests for each voter. I've voted using this technology. It's very robust. I have not experienced delays voting using ballot-on-demand printed ballots. But, you know, it's still technology. Things happen. So Maricopa County, Arizona had an election where everything worked great until they got to Election Day. And it turned out their paper stock was too big, was too fat. Their printers started to overheat, and a lot of people cast ballots that could not be scanned. That created massive disruption and delay. Dallas County, because these systems have to be integrated with poll books in order to provide that customization, Dallas County, Texas had a situation where the poll books were lagging, and poll workers ended up creating duplicate copies of some ballots. So some voters were handed the wrong ballots. Okay, these aren't inevitable, but you really need some time to work through the challenges and the failure modes to get this right. So that's a consideration. We may have a little bit of time to talk about, well, I'll tell you, but if I could do just one thing in Georgia next year, there might be reservations about whether you can do ballot-on-demand printing from a standing start, given that the General Assembly is meeting starting next January, and there's no funding for this yet. I think it's overdue and important for Georgia to update its current voting system software. So this is an update that's actually two versions of an update. The first one has been available for several years. Georgia hasn't been able to apply it yet. And I've analogized that to driving on bald tires. You can get away with it until you can't. So I would really recommend to the General Assembly, fix that. Due to the time constraints, I'm not going to talk a lot right now about the next round of technology that will be available. As Katie Owens-Hubler mentioned, systems are just beginning to be certified to the latest version of what's called the Voluntary Voting System Guidelines, which are currently required by rule in Georgia. So just one system has been certified. It's from HART. It was certified about 2 months ago. It'll be used in a few places in November. So I don't think anyone's really seen that system in action yet. A couple of other systems should be certified soon. And if you wait a minute, which might be a year or two, you should have more options to choose from. Okay, I have at least kept my pledge not to talk forever, and I hope I haven't talked terribly fast. I'm very interested in entertaining any questions that possibly I can answer.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from committee? Chairman Leverett.
Your presentation, just to make sure the specific recommendation that you make would be hand-marked paper ballots that would still be tabulated by machine, but the actual marking of the ballot would be done by a human hand.
That's exactly right.
Okay. And as part of that, you make a point, we couldn't completely eliminate ballot marking devices because they are one of the accessibility avenues for people to make accessible for people with disabilities, but so you would keep those, but the vast majority of people would be marking ballots by hand. Is that correct?
Okay, so just to make sure that I'm accurately portraying the landscape, one of the reasons verified voting doesn't attempt to report what percentage of voters ultimately hand-mark paper ballots is there are jurisdictions that provide hand-marked paper ballots as well as ballot marking devices. And what we know anecdotally is that voter behavior in those jurisdictions varies substantially. So I would hesitate to say vast majority. There really are policy choices that Georgia would need to make on how many ballot marking devices to provide. And Georgia voters have some say in how they prefer to vote. In terms of the security concerns, I can only say the greater the reliance on ballot marking devices, the greater the downside, the downside risk.
You know, say, well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last.
I'm sorry, the greater the reliance on ballot marking devices, the greater the downside risk.
Risk, okay.
So there are people who say that the use of ballot marking devices should be minimized. I prefer not to say that because I think it's a complicated issue.
So I think maybe I didn't understand. So you're not necessarily suggesting to discourage use of the ballot marking device. You just think people ought to have the option?
Yes, that's our position. And no, I don't believe, okay, let me put it this way. Poll workers must not discourage voters from using ballot marking devices.
Right, I would agree with that.
That's, poll workers should not be trying to screen who, needs to or deserves to use ballot marking devices. That's not a dynamic you would ever want to see in a polling place.
But you do, I think I understand better now. You just favor there being an option, sort of the standard option of using a BMD or marking a ballot by hand.
That's our position, and honestly, our preference would be that most voters would choose to hand mark their ballots.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Hand.
Thank you. Is this working? Yeah. Thank you for your presentation. I'm trying to wrap my head around. I have received some information, of course, just having general conversations here, and it seems like you're very knowledgeable in the state's current voting operations and procedures. So thank you for that. I want to ask you. I think my question is this: is Georgia currently counting every voter that comes in to a precinct to vote at every procedural step of that process? So, for example, a voter comes in and they sign in on the poll pad.
Right.
Count is taken there. Do we take a count there in Georgia?
There's a lot I don't know about Georgia election administration, but I've actually looked at, out of perverse interest perhaps, at thousands of the recap sheets that poll workers fill out. So there are reams of documents that record the number of voters who checked in on each of the poll pads, the number of ballots requested from each ballot marking device, excuse me, the number of ballots actually printed by the printers, and then of course there's a count of the ballots that are scanned. So there are all the working parts on those recap sheets to do a very extensive ballot reconciliation.
In Georgia, are we currently doing that extensive of a reconciliation?
Yeah, I mean, I mean, sort of to paraphrase something Katie Owens Hubler said in a different context, I can't vouch for exactly what happens in every one of Georgia's 159 counties, but those procedures are in place. I can tell you that just in terms of the paperwork I reviewed, I saw some sloppy paperwork, but my overall sense was that Georgia elections were in control, not out of control.
The next question that I have for you is, what is your organization's thoughts? I know we're talking about procedures. We've talked about hand-marked paper ballots.
Yeah.
We've talked about BMDs. Absentee by mail would be a hand-marked paper ballot. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so what is your organization's thought about mailing?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me correct my answer.
Okay.
That's how I think about it. But there are also remote accessible vote-by-mail systems that operate much like ballot marking devices on a voter's device and then produce a printed ballot to mail.
But we don't do that in Georgia, though.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. So in Georgia, we have hand-marked paper ballots for absentee by mail. Is that correct?
Yes.
What's your organization's thoughts on absentee by mail voting?
I mean, it needs to be available for absentee voters. Verified voting doesn't have a position on the extent of mail voting, on whether all voters should be eligible for it. Verified voting doesn't have a position on early voting, whether it should be available and on what terms. Clearly, our philosophical orientation is that it should be easy for voters to vote, and voters should have choices, and that needs to be combined with security and manageability for election officials. So there are a lot of moving parts, and I think that states disagree about this and can legitimately take different paths.
Thank you.
So, Doctor, I have a question. So you stated y'all's position was for voters to go into a precinct and have an option, correct? If they
Yes.
want to vote on a hand-marked paper ballot or a ballot marking device.
Yep.
So hypothetically, you could have half the voters voting on hand-marked paper ballots, others on ballot marking device. Is this type of model being used in any other state where you have the option?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It's by far the most common mode of in-person voting. When Katie Owens-Hubler showed our map, all those green states and counties are places where hand-marked paper ballots and ballot marking devices both are available.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
so, getting there from where you are now will pose some challenges, but being there, that's where most of the country lives.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions from committee? Thank you for your time today. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next presenter is going to be Philip Stark, Distinguished Professor at the University of California, Berkeley, and he will be joining us by Zoom. So just give us just a second to get it pulled up.
While I'm sorting out my slides here, I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and for accommodating my need to do it remotely. I would have been delighted to come to Savannah, but I had an all-day commitment in California yesterday. Let me see if I can find this here. There we go. Share and make this full screen. Because I don't have much time to speak, I'm not going to dwell on my credentials. One of the things I believe very strongly in is the notion of evidence-based elections. This is an idea that was introduced by David Wagner and myself in 2012. And the idea is that we should run elections in such a way that election officials can provide affirmative public evidence that the reported winner is really won. It's not enough to just get the right answer. You have to be able to demonstrate to others that you got the right answer. And that's a way to avoid a lot of conflict between political parties, between candidates, et cetera. And we really shouldn't be reduced to having to simply trust the result that was announced without having some evidence to back it up. So the question is, how do you get that sort of an evidence, and what happens when you don't have it? The fundamental thing that you need is a trustworthy record of the vote. Can everyone hear me? Am I okay? Okay. The fundamental thing that you need is a trustworthy record of the vote. And for that purpose, hand-marked paper ballots that have been kept track of, kept secure, prevented from being polluted by having ballots added, or ballots removed, or the ballots altered is really the gold standard. It's essentially the only way that it can be done currently. And if you start applying other methods like risk-limiting audits to a paper trail that isn't trustworthy, what you have is security theater. You have a distraction from a much more fundamental problem rather than something that actually helps you confirm that the outcome of the contest is correct. Georgia has been, since that 2019 pilot that Dr. Lindeman mentioned, it has conducted a number of audits that it calls risk-limiting audits. Those audits do not, in fact, limit the risk that a wrong electoral outcome will be confirmed and certified. And there's a number of reasons for that, but they include the fact that the underlying paper trail isn't trustworthy for a variety of reasons. One is because a very large number of ballots are produced by ballot marking devices, which has been discussed a little bit. I'll discuss it a little bit more. And another reason is a lack of enforcement of rules around physical custody of ballots, ballot accounting, poll book reconciliation, and things like that. And a third reason is that the audits don't have the legal power to correct the outcome if they discovered that the outcome is wrong. I've also seen some misleading statements by the Secretary of State claiming that auditing one contest demonstrates that no votes were flipped, that every contest was decided correctly. That's just simply not true as a technical matter. Forgive me, I'm going to speak very bluntly. Time is short, and I just want to get the ideas across. If you want to have evidence-based elections and limit the risk of certifying wrong outcomes, you really can't rely on ballot marking devices for a substantial fraction of the votes. Earlier today, BMDs were referred to as fancy pencils. A better way to think of them as pencils with a mind of their own. They don't necessarily do what you ask them to do. Images aren't trustworthy either, and I'll spend a little bit of time talking about that. As I mentioned before, hand-marked paper ballots start trustworthy. That is, no electronic hacking can alter what the pen puts on the paper, but they don't remain trustworthy unless you keep the record safe, organized, and secure. And even though there are these sheets that are filled out in some precincts in Georgia, there doesn't seem to be any enforcement or consequences for not following them. And there's a lot of evidence that they're not followed, and that in fact many Georgia counties don't have good control over even how many ballots they have. One of the problems with electronic equipment as it's used in Georgia and in many other places, I'm not intending to pick on Georgia, but we're talking about Georgia today, is the storage of equipment before Election Day. And in particular, equipment isn't consistently locked or surveilled. Equipment has sleepovers in places where it's later going to be deployed in precincts or voting centers. There's insider access. There's testimony in Georgia that ballot marking devices are not sealed daily during early voting. The seals that are used are easily defeated. There's inadequate protocols around recording, applying, recording, and checking seals. And in fact, the Secretary of State's office has told election officials to ignore seals, and if seals are missing, simply to replace them with their own seals. So this is an email from Mr. Barnes to an election official basically saying, don't worry about the fact that the seal's missing, just put your own seal on it and document what you did. This is an example of a complaint, I think, from a poll worker in Fulton County, describing the fact that they ignored the seals, they just clipped them off, didn't record the numbers. They found ballots in equipment when they opened the equipment. They found tabulators that weren't zeroed out. And were basically, the best of my understanding, there was no follow-up on this. Ballot marking devices are easy to hack. It's been demonstrated in federal court in Georgia. There have been also example demonstrations at DEF CON, this annual kind of hacker conference that happens in Las Vegas. Hacking doesn't require ballot marking devices to be connected to the internet, but in Georgia they are indirectly connected through poll books. You don't need a long time to access it. Voters actually have enough access to a ballot marking device to hack it. It doesn't take a genius. When somebody's worked out how to do it, then they can teach other people how to do it in a small amount of time. And moreover, people seem to be focused on statewide attacks on every voting machine. You don't need a large attack to change the outcome of an election that is either a small election or has a small margin. Ballot marking devices are really not like pens in a variety of ways. One of them is that ballot marking devices make voters responsible for cybersecurity. As was mentioned before, most voters don't check the printout at all. Studies, including a study that was commissioned by the Georgia Secretary of State, shows that most voters who look at the ballot marking device printout at all don't look at it for long enough even to count the number of contests on the card, much less to determine whether the selections reflect their intended selections. If a voter notices a problem, there's no way for the voter to prove to anyone else that they did. So the best thing that will happen is the voter is offered another opportunity to mark a ballot, but there's no feedback mechanism that could say, oh, there's a problem with this device, we should take it offline, because they can't prove that they did. Conversely, when you use ballot marking devices, there's no way for an election official to refute a false claim that a ballot marking device flipped votes. And if a ballot marking device does misbehave, there's no way to determine the correct outcome of an election. To the best of my knowledge, Georgia doesn't track complaints or spoiled ballot marking device printout. And an example of this that presumably should have generated some complaints is the Oakwood municipal election in 2025, where voters were given the wrong voting style. And nothing that Georgia does, to the best of my knowledge, checks whether the QR codes on the ballots on the EMD printout matches the text. There's essentially no amount of pre-election logic and accuracy testing that can be adequate to determine that ballot marking devices don't change electoral outcomes. It's really designed to detect misconfiguration, not bugs or malware. Judge Totenberg in the Curling v. Raffensperger case determined that Georgia's logic and accuracy testing procedures don't actually comply with Georgia law. There are specific risks of recording votes with barcodes and QR codes, but some of this is really sideways. I think the biggest issue here, some of it is the interaction between using QR codes and Georgia law. My understanding is that under Georgia law, only the QR code on the BMD printout matters unless there's a full hand count ordered, and that, to the best of my understanding, requires judicial intervention. Excuse me. I think the fact that the representation of the vote that is counted is something that the voter can't check may violate HAVA and Georgia law, but I'm not an attorney. Images are not trustworthy record of the vote. This is a paper from, I want to say about 2019, I don't remember, showing that basically you can alter the images in flight between the scanner and the tabulator and the recording device that's storing the ballot images to alter voter selection. It's easy to add, modify, or delete images. It's a common error. One of the most common errors I've seen in elections that lead to big changes in vote counts are to fail to scan a batch of ballots or to scan the same batch more than once. That's something that an image audit is unlikely to catch. Moreover, Dominion, the voting system that Georgia uses, their scans are low resolution, black and white. They can erase voter marks entirely. I'll show you an example of that. Just want to point out this particular paper, the lead author is Matthew Bernard. Matthew Bernard is the head of security and audits for Enhanced Voting, which is a vendor for Georgia that is actually selling image audits to Georgia. So it's interesting that here he says image audits can be reliably defeated by an attacker and that post-election audits must inspect physical ballots, not merely ballot images. This is an example. The left panel there is a photograph of a ballot, and the right panel is what the Dominion scanner picked up from that ballot. This is from an election in San Francisco in November 2024. And on the left, you can see that there are light pencil marks making 4 choices. The first is for Ellen Zhao, and I think you see it there. On the right, there's no trace of the voters' marks whatsoever. Someone who was auditing from the image would determine that this was completely undervoted, and that's indeed what the cast vote record showed for this. You can also see that because there's a bit of print through on the ballot on the left, you can see that the writing on the back of the ballot is showing up, that they couldn't really turn the scanner sensitivity up in order to pick up these marks without running the risk that printing on the back side of the ballot would look like a marked oval to the scanner on the front side of the ballot. There are some serious problems with the way that Georgia, with the 2020 election. I'm going to focus on Fulton County because that's the one that I've put the most time into studying. I don't have any reason to believe that the problems are limited to Fulton, and I don't mean to be picking on Fulton. It's just that that's what I know most about. There was a claim by the Secretary of State that the 2020 recount and sort of the full hand count audit proved that the outcome was right, but in fact, those 3 tallies differ substantially. I just want to draw your attention to the first column of numbers there. There were 2 machine counts in 2020, as well as the hand audit. The original count for Trump, first machine count, 193, second 162, and the audit 243. These are wildly different numbers, and kind of claiming that the audit shows that the answer is right is I think wishful thinking. Here are regarding the audit, there were serious issues around the conduct of the audit, including the tally sheets that the auditors were creating where they were counting votes. Many of the ones that were created were not, in fact, entered into the database at the end of the day and included in the final tally. So here's an example of 11 audit board batch sheets that were not included. you can see that these total thousands of votes for the candidates. So the audit really didn't actually check everything. Even what the audit found wasn't included in the total. These are examples of images of ballots that were included in the first machine count in Fulton County in 2020 at least twice. So there's 14 ballots that were basically double counted in the tally. There were also examples in the machine recount, the second machine count, of ballots that were included in the tally 3 times. So once again, there's an issue of keeping track of ballots physically, this ballot accounting, this sort of really keeping track of election materials. The way that Georgia is currently conducting its so-called risk limiting audits, again, they don't actually limit the risk that an incorrect outcome will be certified, but there are serious problems with what it's doing. There are far more efficient methods than Georgia is currently using. For example, in 2022, the so-called RLA looked at the votes on about 231,000 ballot cards. They could have gotten the same amount of evidence about the outcome from looking at 1,300 cards if they'd used a better RLA strategy. This strategy wasn't out then, but the point is that moving forward, there are ways to vastly save on the amount of work that's being done. But my main point is that applying a risk limiting audit procedure or an image audit is really just a distraction from the more fundamental problem that the underlying vote records aren't trustworthy. It is practical to, if you use the appropriate election technology, it is practical to audit every contest in every election, not just 1 or 2 contests in the election. This is a paper that looks at Orange County elections in Orange County, California in 2020 and 2022. Orange County has a bit over 1.8 million active voters. It's, I think, a little less than a third the size of all of Georgia. It's the 5th largest election jurisdiction in the country. To audit all 181 contests in 2020 to a risk limit of 5% could have been done by looking at about 0.65% of the cards that were cast, and that includes a full hand recount of a contest that was tied. Similarly, by looking at something like 3% of the cards cast, they could have certified the 214 contests in 22, and that includes a number of contests with very small margins. I am very concerned with what the Georgia Secretary of State is saying about Georgia elections. The Secretary of State's office, per testimony in Curling v. Raffensperger, has no in-house cybersecurity expertise. It claimed that the machine counts and the audit agreed, but they don't. It attributes all of the differences between the hand counts and audits and machine counts to human error, but in fact, there's no basis for doing that. That hasn't been checked, and there are other issues as well. I'm going to stop there to leave time for questions. I've included some references, and I hope that this will be available to the committee as a pass out. Let me stop my sharing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Stark. Representative Monahan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Stark. I want to ask you the same questions I've been asking all day about the procedures here. On slide 9 of your presentation, if we could go to that, you can pull that back up.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, was that it? No, that wasn't it.
Slide 9.
Slide 9. May have been sooner. So my question is this. It's actually about the reconciliation process.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, slide 5. Yep. Yep. So on slide 5 here, and I'm going to just use yours, friend. Okay. It says, let me find this here. Georgia lacks physical ballot accounting, poll book reconciliation, and other sanity checks. In Georgia, and it sounds like maybe you have some good information here, and I'm going to ask you the same questions, and that is, at every instance, when a voter walks into a voting precinct, they go to that poll pad, is every process and procedure counted and reconciled at the end? So, for example, you have 200 people who walk in to a precinct. Are they being counted at the poll book, counted at currently at the BMD, counted at the paper ballot level and counted on the optical scanner. Are we matching these numbers?
The evidence I have is that Georgia is not matching those numbers. Part of the evidence for that.
All right, audience. We're not going to have outbursts.
Machine recount and audit disagree even about the number of ballots that there were. I understand that in 2020 there were some problems with
Mr. Stark,
the electronic
if I may. Can he repeat that?
Sir.
I could not hear his answer.
Yeah, Mr. Stark, can you repeat that? Our audience was having a minute.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Some of the evidence that those matches aren't happening or aren't being taken seriously is that the first machine count, second machine count, and audit in 2020 disagree even about the number of cards that were cast, even about the number of ballots that were cast. My understanding is there were some technical problems with the poll books in 2020, so that some voters were not able to check in electronically. I don't know whether the paper records of their participation in the election were ever combined with the existing electronic records and checked against the number of ballots that the voting system thought it had received. It's certainly clear that at least a couple of counties discovered that they had failed to tabulate thousands of ballots in the 2020 election. If they were keeping track of the ballots and reconciling that against voter participation, voter check-in, presumably that would have been discovered before the audit and recount happened. They would have noticed that they were missing some ballots. So I'm not an expert on what the laws and regulations in Georgia say you should do, but there's a fair amount of evidence that this isn't happening, whether they're required to do it or not.
Mr. Stark, if I can follow up to that, it would be my belief, and I'm not a elections expert, but it would be my belief that that reconciliation process is perhaps one of the most important steps in an election, knowing how many people voted, so you can see the matrix of votes coming out of that count. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. These checks to ensure the integrity. So again, the most important step is that the record that is created is a trustworthy record of the voters' selections. And for that, hand-marked paper ballot is the way to go. But you need to make sure that there's, at most one ballot per voter, that you haven't lost any ballots. You need physical accounting of the ballots. You need reconciliation of the number of ballots that you have and are tabulating with the number of voters who participated. And absent that, you don't really have safeguards on the paper trail. And everything else that follows that, applying a risk limiting audit procedure or something else is really just show if you can't trust the underlying paper trail. So I completely agree with you that the two things that I would push on for Georgia to do as soon as possible are first to move away from universal use ballot marking devices to at least allow every voter the option of marking a ballot by hand if they vote in person. And secondly, to improve aspects of the ballot accounting, physical security, seal protocols, poll book reconciliation, all of these other things to ensure that the paper trail has remained complete up to the point of tabulation and up to the point of any other audit that might happen.
Thank you.
Representative Kelly.
Under our current system, obviously, we have a machine-marked QR code paper ballot that's then counted by a machine. Until we eliminate the QR code, should we do a hand count on the front end?
If you did a proper audit and the audit had the legal power to correct the results, and you audited every contest, not just the top of the ballot contest, then the issue of QR codes becomes a little bit sideways to the integrity of the election, the issue of the machine counting. The problem, the most efficient way to ensure that election outcomes are right are to create a trustworthy paper trail, tabulate it by machine, and then check that tabulation by hand. The most efficient way to check it by hand is with a risk limiting audit. The QR code is a problem for a number of reasons, but it's in particular a problem in Georgia because the QR code itself, by my understanding, is the official vote unless a judge orders a manual count of the human readable text.
As a follow-up, until we eliminate the QR code in Georgia, should we do a full audit of every race in the 2026 election?
I'm sorry, sir, what do you mean
Should
by
we do a full audit
a
as
full
you're
hand count,
describing
or-
for the 2026 election if we still have a QR code? As your opinion as an expert on these matters.
My opinion is that an audit, even doing an audit, isn't probative of the correct outcome of the election unless you've taken care of the physical security around the ballots, around voted ballots, and started to do a more serious canvass, poll book reconciliation, ballot accounting, and things like that, accounting for ballot stock if you're using ballot marking devices. So I don't think that even an audit or recount fully manual would necessarily show who won if you aren't keeping track of the ballots in the first place. So that really is job one. That said, if you do implement and or enforce existing regulations around the security of the paper trail, ensuring that there is this poll book reconciliation, participation reconciliation, ballot accounting, and so on, then yes, you should still do some kind of manual audit of every contest in case the contest has been mistabulated in a way that altered the outcome. And that's true whether or not you have QR codes on the ballot, because the scanners don't read every ballot correctly. That example I gave of a ballot from San Francisco where the scanner in effect erased the voters' marks, that's not something that you would know. That's a hand-marked paper ballot. There's no QR code there, but the scanner did not pick up that voter's intent correctly. If that happened often enough to change the outcome of an election, then a risk limiting audit, which goes and has human eyes on the underlying paper, not on the images, would have noticed that there were enough votes there, enough votes missing from the tabulation to change the outcome and corrected the outcome if it were wrong.
Dr. Stark, what state in the nation does the best when it comes to ballot security?
I don't know. I haven't done, a full investigation of all 50 states. There are some states that seem to do a pretty good job. I have firsthand experience with New Hampshire, which seems to do a very good job. My understanding is Michigan does a pretty good job. There are best practices that have been published by the U.S. Election Assistance Commission around ballot accounting and poll book reconciliation. Some California counties, I think, have gotten together and written some best practices documents for that as well. But yeah, I'm afraid I just don't have an inventory of how every state does it.
Thank you.
Chairman Leverett.
Thank you, Dr. Stark. I'm Rob Leverett. I'm from up in northeast Georgia, and had just a couple questions to make sure I sort of understand your position or your theory or what have you. I think the way you phrase it is that whatever system we adopt or implement and manage here should be able to, use your words, provide strong affirmative public evidence that the reported winners really won. And by that, I understand you to be saying your entire process should be such that if somebody questions the outcome, you could take them to specific documentary evidence to show them that the reported outcome is in fact the true outcome. Is that sort of stating
Yes,
it in another way?
Yes, sir. I think we need to run elections in a way that election officials can defend the results using genuine evidence, rather than simply saying, trust me, or I follow the rules, or nobody's ever discovered a bug, or something like that, which doesn't tell you that this particular contest in this particular election was decided correctly.
Thank you. And so just to kind of keep pursuing that to make sure I understand. So it sounds like one of the things that you believe is an essential part of that system sounds like very rigorous chain of custody. Well, let me back up. So the first step in that is you believe there needs to be hand-marked paper ballots, because I guess that is a preservable document the integrity of which could not be challenged in the way that a machine-marked ballot could. And I think specifically to that point, your position is that there's always a possibility that a machine-marked ballot might not be the accurate reflection of the voter's intention because of either some kind of malevolent act or because of just some errant malfunction.
Yes, sir. It could be misconfiguration, as it was in Northampton, Pennsylvania, which Dr. Lindemann mentioned. It could be malware. It could be someone interfering with the database or altering the order in which the candidates appear. That was a documented hack of BMDs at the DEF CON conference this August. Excuse me. So the voters certainly make mistakes hand marking paper ballots, but that's on the voter, right? That's the voter's own mistake, and it's going to happen. And their mark on the paper is an unambiguous representation of what they did, even if they made a mistake. In contrast, BMD printout is an unambiguous representation of what the machine did, not what the voter did. There's just no way to know whether what's on the paper is what the voter intended. Once again, there's a lot of evidence that most voters do not check the printout, that those who do don't check it for long enough to possibly check their selections, adequately. So in effect, using ballot marking devices means that the paper trail itself is hackable. So I do believe that the foundation for trustworthy elections, for evidence-based elections, is hand-marked paper ballots for the vast majority of voters. Once there are enough BMD printed ballots to account for the margin in contests, things are kind of up for grabs. You don't really have strong evidence anymore that the reported winner won.
Okay, if I could, one or two other questions, Mr. Chairman. So, to your point that if the voter makes a mistake in marking their own ballot, that's the ballot may not reflect what their subjective intention was, but that's the voter's responsibility. Would a ballot marking device which would have readable text on it of the voter's choices that the voter could check, even if the voter, to your point, sometimes they may not do that, but I think you could make the same argument that was the voter's responsibility to verify their own vote. Would having a ballot marking device that generates a human readable text ballot that the voter can confirm address your concerns?
No, sir. I'd state it a little bit differently. With a hand-marked paper ballot, voters can make mistakes, but that's the voters. It's not that it's the voter's responsibility to check their work. It's that it's the voter's mistake. With a ballot marking device, you're making the voter responsible not just for their own mistakes, but also for the cybersecurity of the system, right? It's on them to determine whether the system misbehaved and misprinted their votes. But then the use of ballot marking devices doesn't give the voter what the voter needs to actually do that job. In particular, it doesn't give them any evidence that they can go back to a poll worker and say, hey, this machine flipped my vote or something like that. The best thing that will happen is that they'll get another opportunity to vote. Beyond that, voters don't seem to be equipped for that particular cybersecurity task, that simply they don't look and they're not good at noticing problems when they do look. And there's now been several studies in the wild looking at actual voters in actual elections and how long they inspect their BMD printout, and then some laboratory studies looking at how well voters identify problems in the BMD printout that were deliberately introduced by the experimenters to test whether voters noticed flip selections and things like that. So it's not, yes, voter can make a mistake by hand or make a mistake on a touch screen, but the voter is not responsible for the cybersecurity of the system with a hand-marked paper ballot, whereas you're making them responsible once you put it to the touch screen in front of them.
And thank you for that response. Let me just one or two more questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll be done. So the other, I think, issue, so we've got a hand-marked paper ballot, and then that would be scanned and read by a machine. And to the extent there needs to be sort of affirmative evidence that the scan was done correctly, that's where the audits, I think you think audits have a role, although I think you criticize the methodology of some of the audits currently done. I think you've got a slightly different procedure you're advocating. Still, my understanding is the audit is what is sort of the check on, you know, errors in the machinery, so to speak.
Yes, sir. I'm going to try to nuance that a little bit. The question is, can you build a system that has a big chance of catching and correcting any mistakes that would have changed the outcome of the election? By outcome, I mean who or what won. I don't mean the exact vote tally. Risk limiting audits require a trustworthy record of the vote, and you know, Georgia could do that by moving to hand marked paper ballots and for the vast majority of voters and improving its physical accounting and all of these other things that are the elements of a good canvas. What a risk limiting audit does is check whether an accurate tabulation of that trustworthy record of the vote would give the same winners that the machine claimed the elections, the contest in the election had. It does not check whether the tabulation is accurate. It does not check whether the scans are accurate. All it checks is, if you did an accurate tabulation of this pile of paper, would you find the same winners? And so it doesn't check whether votes were flipped. It doesn't check things like that. It just checks the outcome. So it is a way to make an end run around a lot of the technology in an election. For me, one of the main criteria of when it is and isn't acceptable to use technology in election, you shouldn't use technology in a way that you can't make an end run around it and determine whether it did the right thing. You shouldn't use technology in a way that if the technology fails, voters can't cast votes on election day. So ballot marking devices failed both of those tests. There's no way to determine whether they malfunctioned and altered people's votes. There's no way to make an end run around them that way. And if they fail on election day, people can't vote. In contrast, hand-marked paper ballots, even if the lights go off, you know, you can mark a ballot by candlelight. I should say my understanding is that the scanners that are in polling places in Georgia, the Dominion equipment that is in polling places, is capable of tabulating hand-marked paper ballots, not only BMD printout. So that part of the system doesn't need to change to allow Georgia to move immediately to hand-marked paper ballots. The biggest issue would be the logistical issues around providing hand-markable paper ballots in polling places and vote centers. The discussion earlier today about the potential for ballot-on-demand printers to slow down voting, I don't think that's really much of an issue in early voting, where you could use a hybrid procedure, having some pre-printed ballots, and then as those get exhausted for a particular ballot style, for a particular precinct, to print more on demand as needed. So there's some there to hand to people immediately. Moreover, in places I'm familiar with, but I'm not familiar specifically with Georgia, early voting doesn't, advanced voting, I think is what you call it, doesn't generally generate lines. And so waiting a second or two for somebody to print out a ballot shouldn't be a big deal. It's different on election day and precinct voting. There is only going to be a small number of ballot styles per precinct and a pretty good idea of what turnout's going to be. So the issue of pre-printing them and the amount of waste that might generate should be relatively small. In contrast, the weight that can be generated by using ballot marking devices in precincts on election day can be large, especially if there's an equipment failure or something like that. There's a much more limited resource than finding a little cubby where a voter can privately mark a ballot.
Well, thank you again for your presentation. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Stark, for your time. We really appreciate the presentation.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. All right, committee members, we will be taking a lunch break. Let's see what time it's 12:15. We will reconvene at 1 o'clock and see y'all when we come back at 1. And when we come back, Blake, Mr. Evans will be the first speaker. All right, everybody, we'll start back in about 2 minutes. So everybody can take their seats. Thank you. All right, we're going to get back started. For the second half of our committee hearing today, we're going to hear presentations on the implementation of SB 189. First to present will be Mr. Blake Evans, Elections Director for the Office of Secretary of State. Mr. Evans.
All right. All right, thank you all very much for having me, Mr. Chair and the committee. It's great to see everybody, great to be here in Savannah. Can everybody hear me okay? Nope? All right. How about this? Better? Okay. All right, I'll speak up. So it's great to be here. Thank you to the committee for having me. Today I want to talk about our voting system, and the way that I've got this presentation outlined is we're going to start out by taking a look at our uniform paper ballot system that we have here in the state of Georgia. We're going to look just very briefly at the history and how we got to the point that we are at today, because I think kind of as Katie did earlier, it is important to consider our history in the context of present day and then look ahead at some options that we have down the road. As part of those options, we're going to talk about recent legislative updates that we had. And then we'll talk about recommendations for 2026 and beyond that. And then I'll end by taking some questions. So our current system, this was talked about a little bit earlier, but our current system, we have electronic poll books. Those are provided by the vendor called NoInk, and we've had those since 2020. Our ballot marking devices, our ImageCast precinct scanners, and our ImageCast central scanners. So the central scanners are going to be what is at our election offices. They're going to be what scans absentee ballots when they come back. Our precinct scanners are at all of our early voting or advanced voting and election day locations. And of course, all of our in-person voters vote on ballot marking devices. And just to clear up a little bit of confusion earlier, this system as I'll talk about in a minute, was procured statewide. So the state owns the equipment and then distributed out to the counties beginning in 2019, going into 2020. And then counties do have the option of purchasing additional equipment if they choose to do that. And all ballots that are produced by this system in the state of Georgia are produced on security ballot stock that has a unique watermark. That was also part of recent legislation. So if we go back to 2019, the reason that we have this system is because of House Bill 316, which passed and went into law in 2019. And among other things, it's that part of that law was to provide for ballot marking devices and standards and procedures for such devices, and to provide definitions in the election code to update it as part of that. And so 316 is what ushered in the ballot marking devices and the paper ballot system that we have in Georgia. Also, before 316 came to be, there was the SAFE Commission, which was referenced earlier, I believe, by Mark Lindeman. But the SAFE Commission was comprised of Republican and Democratic lawmakers, along with a cybersecurity expert from Georgia Tech, the councils, the general counsels or legal counsel for the Republican and the Democratic parties, along with election officials. Some of those you may recognize, but Lynn Bailey, Nancy Boren, Deidre Holden, and a couple of others were election officials from around the state. So it really was a good group, a very diverse group that surveyed the election ecosystem and environment at the time and then made recommendations to the legislature at that time. One of their recommendations that was key, I believe, in leading to House Bill 316, I pulled this out of the report, but number 6, given Georgia's history as a state that uses DREs and the familiarity of voters and election officials with that method of vote casting, they said that Georgia should move to a primarily ballot marking device with a verifiable paper ballot solution for a new voting system, which is what the General Assembly decided to do. And I'll take just a pause here, as again, we're just looking back briefly on our history. Part of my history is I came to Georgia in 2019, originally from Alabama, and that's where I first voted. I voted on hand-marked paper, and then when I graduated school, went to Florida and conducted elections there in the Escambia County Supervisor of Elections office in Pensacola for about 3.5 years, and we conducted elections on hand-marked paper ballots. And you know, when I was there, I thought that we ran the best daggum elections in the entire country. And the only difference between now is now I know that we run in Georgia the best elections in the whole country. But we did run some we did run some really good elections, and I enjoyed my time that I had in Florida. But when I came to Georgia in 2019, that was when Georgia was about to transition to ballot marking devices, and so that was a new concept for me. And so I was a little taken aback. You know, this is a different system. I voted in Alabama on hand-marked paper. I voted in Florida on hand-marked paper. So I had to make the determination for myself, you know, my thoughts on the system. Not that I had a choice in what we were going to run, but I had to make the determination. And one of the things that was an influencer for me was that in the aftermath of the 2018 election in Florida, there were multiple statewide recounts. And the way that the law works there is after you do a machine recount, which occurred in the Senate contest there, after you do that, then if you're still within 0.25%, you have to look at the overvotes and undervotes by hand of the ballots that have overvotes and undervotes. So we had just gone through that process, and I worked with a team of one other person who was in an opposite party of me, and we had to look at all the stray marks and all the unusual markings that were on ballots. And we went through hundreds of ballots, and that really gave me a good view of the different types of ways that voters can mark ballots. And we saw some strange things. You know, instead of bubbling an oval, somebody bubbled in the D in Democrat, and you know, there was lots of circles, and you know, that was a very small number of the overall number of ballots that were cast in the election, but something that did lead to me really buying into the ballot marking device system that we have, because of the fact that it does make clear the voter's intent. So it was a Selection Democracy Suite 55A, which is what we currently run today. That was selected in 2019 after a competitive bidding process. That selected system was and is certified by the U.S. Election Assistance Commission. It was a 10-year contract that runs through 2028. And you can see, if you go to the EAC's website, they have a portal where you can see all the systems that are certified. You can see all the systems that are currently undergoing testing. And so this is just a screenshot from that webpage on the Election Assistance Commission page. As part of 316, also one of the great things that it did is it did usher in with it not just a new voting system, but as part of that system, risk limiting audits or audits at that time. And this is code that is currently in effect. Right now, we run risk limiting audits after every statewide or federal election. And so we just ran one a couple months ago following the Public Service Commissioner primary. We'll run another one in November. And the way the law currently reads is every county audits, we audit the top of the contest, and then we also will select another contest. So beginning next year, we'll actually be auditing 2 contests following the general primary and also the November general election. But we do go above and beyond that. So to make sure that every county has at least some number of ballots to audit, we require that every county audit a minimum of 2% of their ballots, and also that every county audits at least 1 hand-marked paper batch, so we make sure that an absentee or provisional batch is pulled, and also 1 BMD batch, so we make sure that an advanced voting or an election day batch is pulled as well. So let's get into 189. As part of Senate Bill 189, one of the portions of that are lines 228 to 231 that is very much a topic of conversation in front of our minds. That says the official tabulation count of any ballot scanner shall be based upon the text portion or the machine mark, provided that such mark clearly denotes the elector's selection and does not use a QR code, barcode, or similar coding of such ballot, and not any machine coding that may be printed on such ballot. So this portion is set to take effect on July 1 of 2026. So far, there hasn't been any funding appropriated by the General Assembly to implement changes to the current voting system. But I know that that's a reason why why we are here. And also part of Senate Bill 189, Section 11, authorized us along with the State Elections Board to conduct a second count for the first time, which was a count based on the human readable text on the in-person ballots that were cast. And so essentially the way that this worked was following the November election last year, all of our county election officials uploaded their ballot images into enhanced auditing software. Enhanced Voting was the name of the vendor. This is the report that you see up on the screen behind me. And you can go to our website and you can read it. But it used optical character recognition technology to tabulate votes based on the human readable text. And the cost of the pilot was about $1.7 million. A lot of those are one-time costs. And what we found is out of the almost 5.3 million ballot images that were audited, there were only, as you see at the bottom of this table, only 87 discrepancies, and all of those 87 discrepancies tied back to some kind of a human error. So basically during adjudication, a ballot was adjudicated one way instead of the way that it was, or a different way than it was during the election. If you break it down between QR code ballots and hand-marked paper ballots, 86 of the 87 discrepancies were among the hand-marked ballots, and then there was one discrepancy on a QR code ballot. That was in Henry County, where the vote was adjudicated very clearly to the wrong person in the original election. And then, so if you extrapolate out this percentage that you see up on the screen, the hand-marked paper ballots percentage, you can see that it was 99.9683% accurate, which is a great percentage. But if you extrapolate that out and said, okay, what if everybody in the election had voted on hand-marked paper, you end up with about 1,600 discrepancies in the entire election. So what did this confirm? You'll see in the summary of the report that it confirmed, this ballot image audit confirmed the winners in all 1,955 contests. So it looked at every single contest, every single vote on every single ballot that was in the November general election. And it found 0 differences between the way that the machine read the ballot and the way that the audit engine read the ballot. The only differences were in the way that humans interpreted the ballots that they needed to adjudicate. All right, so our recommendation from the Secretary of State's office for moving forward, considering Senate Bill 189, is that we make the pilot program permanent, so that count using optical character recognition, that we make that permanent by authorizing funding the continued use of OCR technology for 2026. And essentially what we're doing there is we're conducting 2 double-blind counts. So we're using the QR code ballot or the summary ballot to get fast results on election night. And then before state certification, we're doing that second count using human readable text on the QR code or on the QR code ballot. So we're using the human readable text to create a second count before there's anything done or any state certification is completed. All right, and I know there's been a couple of talks about the way that we conduct audits and whether or not audits can read or can lead to results being corrected, and there are instances of that. In 2020, there was Floyd County and Fayette County that both forgot memory cards. They didn't upload all the results. That was found during the risk limiting audit, and then the results were corrected and recertified for the official results. And so our audits can lead to results being corrected. So again, just one more time, our recommendation is that the scanners use the QR codes to report fast results on election night, but then before state certification, there is a validation count of the printed text on the ballot, the human readable text on the ballot, and that report can be published. People can go and view it, and then we also, as part of our law, we provide ballot images that are public record as well, so anybody that wants to can go and look at the ballot images. Our counties also conducts canvassing procedures, and many of them do conduct voluntary audits before their own county certification as well of their own ballots. I know that we have multiple counties that they'll conduct full counts of a contest on all their ballots. So the benefits of this double-blind counting process is fiscally conservative and cost-effective transparency. It'll cost about $300,000 per election, and it leads to increased voter confidence. We put the report out, anybody can go and take a look at it, and we know that our county election officials can do this in 2026 and can do it effectively. And now as we transition kind of to the last part of the presentation, I do want to take a minute and just talk about what other options could look like for after 2026. One option is we could update the system software to Democracy Suite 5.2 or 520 and use ballot marking devices that produce full-face ballots. So this is a project that we have gone to the legislature and asked for some funding for in the past. But if we go again and we ask for this funding, the cost would range between about $33 million and $57 million. Some of that is the variance between whether or not we decide to upgrade printers and scanners along with that. Right now, the current printers can print 14-inch ballots. If we got new printers, they could print 18 or 19-inch ballots. The difference there is if we didn't get new printers, we could potentially have multiple page ballots in the polling place, which is something that we could deal with on the training side, but it would not be ideal. Again, this is not something that could be completed by the July 1, 2026 deadline. Another option is there is the option to move to hand-marked paper ballots with machine tabulation. I list on the screen several things that would be, and many of this is stuff you've already heard, but different factors that you would have to consider. It would take a major rewrite of election law. There would be lots of things to consider, like how do you conduct a recount? If you get down to under 0.25% or under 0.1%, what do you do with the overvotes and undervotes to take a look at those to make sure that they get included? It would take a significant training of county election officials and poll workers to completely change the way that we vote. And then for our election day locations, we would either need to pre-print ballots or we would need to go to a ballot on demand system, which is also talked about a little bit earlier. Things that this would require, estimated cost for mobile ballot printers, and this was just a number that I got from one particular vendor, but if we were to go for advanced voting and go to a print-on-demand option, it'd be somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 million. Again, for advanced voting, you would essentially have to have some kind of a print-on-demand. I think it would be a very bad idea to try to pre-print ballots for an advanced voting environment. Estimated cost, if you wanted to go the option of having print-on-demand for election day locations, would be about an additional $17 million. But again, this is only looking at one bidder, and if we went this route, we'd certainly want to look at all of our options. And then we would also recommend upgrading scanners for an additional $11 million. And this is all considering that we keep the same vendor and that we try to change as little as possible in terms of hardware. Again, this cannot be completed before July 1 and 26. All right, so just displaying the options out here. Option 1 for next year would be our recommendation of continuing the second count, looking at the human readable text on the ballot of every single contest on every single ballot. That's $300,000 per election. Option 2, which could be done after 26, is to upgrade to a full-face ballot on the BMDs that we currently have. Option 3, move to Haymark paper ballots without replacing the scanning hardware. And that's estimated to be $22 million to $38 million, plus training costs, and there would also be the element of voter education. And then option 4 would be to go to a brand new system entirely, which would be $100 million or plus. Just depends on the system that you go. There's 50 different states, and every single state runs an election differently. There's not a single state that runs the election the same as another. And many of them run elections really, really well. So a lot of it comes down to just options and preferences and training people. Last couple of slides here. And so other considerations. It was mentioned earlier, BVSG, those are voluntary voting systems guidelines by the EAC. Right now, the highest guideline that there is 2.0. And the Election Assistance Commission is expected to update the current guidelines in response to President Trump's executive order on preserving and protecting the integrity of American elections. Part of that executive order reads, as you see on the screen, the Election Assistance Commission shall initiate appropriate action to amend the Voluntary Voting System Guidelines 2.0 and issue other appropriate guidance establishing standards for voting systems to protect election integrity. That is yet to occur yet. And so if you're looking at potentially purchasing a new system, that's something you would want to look at to see, okay, if the executive order recommends updates to the voting system guidelines, we need to see what those are to be able to know what we need to meet. Currently, to that 2.0 standard, there is one system that is currently certified to that. That's Hart InterCivic Verity Vanguard. And then under testing to the 2.0 standard, there's currently two systems. One is by Voting Works and another company, Smartmatic USA Corporation. All right, key takeaways. Due to lack of funding and implementation time, it's not possible or prudent to make major changes to Georgia's voting system in the middle of a gubernatorial year where so many statewide positions are expected to have an open seat. Georgia's voting system is proven and it can continue to be used through 26 to produce accurate results verified by double-blind vote counts of every contest on the ballot. Using Georgia's current system through 26 provides the EAC with more time to amend the VVSG in response to President Trump's executive order, helping ensure that Georgia's next system is certified to the highest federal standard. And we would recommend that any major changes to the election system be done in an odd year. And then finally, I'd like to end with this, just a few numbers from the University of Georgia on a survey they did post-2024, indicating that the vast majority of voters had a very good experience in 2024. The vast majority expressed confidence that their vote was counted accurately. 95.4% of conservative voters expressed confidence their vote was counted accurately, and then 88.6% of liberal voters. And as we like to say, we don't have long lines here in Georgia, and so the vast majority of voters experienced very, very short waits, if any. And so with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. We appreciate that. Members have questions? Thank you for your time, Mr. Evans. We appreciate your participation during the process and the earlier meetings we've had as well. And I'm sure we'll be talking about future meetings coming up too. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Mr. Billy Wooten. He is the election supervisor for the Chatham County Board of Elections. Mr. Wooten, welcome back.
Mr. Chairman, Again, thank you for the invitation to speak. The first time I cast a vote in Chatham was in 1998. The poll workers looked me up on a voter list and marked me as having cast a vote or checked in with a pencil check mark by my name in a voter list that looked like a phone book for those that know what a phone book looks like. Some of you may be, I can't use that term with every group because some people say, well, what is that? The next year in 1999, I worked as a poll worker here, and I've been directly involved with Chatham County elections since that time. I worked at the polls when we used the DREs and the express polls. I was a poll manager in 2016 and 2018 with hundreds of people in line at opening and closing. I was working in 2019 when we discussed and decided to change or upgrade our election processes. And in 2020, when we tested, provided training for, and implemented the voting system we currently use. My many years of election experience has taught me a number of very valuable lessons. One of which is an issue that this committee and the General Assembly as a whole will be dealing with very shortly. The election process and system that we use, does it change? How does it change? And what is the timeline for that? And I would say that when you factor in the selection of a new system, the decision on election processes, and then the testing that must occur for this, it cannot be rushed. And my message today to the committee is we must ensure that ample time is allowed for education, preparation, and training of trainers, of people that train, of poll workers, and voters. Not only do we have to have workers that understand the new system and how it works and be prepared at the polls for our administration and for the regulations and the rules that we must follow, we have to be prepared to explain to people when they come to vote, this is the new process. And it just takes time. It will take time. And my message to the committee is if the General Assembly decides to make a change, I'm going to support the General Assembly. I'm in contact with the Chatham County delegation. My representative is Jesse, and I talk with Ron Stevens consistently. I keep them in the know about elections in Chatham, and up to date. And for me, that's the important piece of being here today, is because I want you to make an informed decision. That's what I want more than anything, is that the decision that's made that I'm going to support the General Assembly. You're our elected people, and this process you're going through, I support that as well. And I hope that in this process and in all the conversations that you have, that it will inform you on the decision you're going to make. I think you've got a handout that I prepared, and it's just basic it is some Chatham County data about our demographics here, but it also is a training calendar that illustrates that in a typical election, we start, because of our size, because the county is so large, we start training at least 3 months out. And when we've got to change, if the system changes, then that's even got to back up even more. And so my message today, and I think some of the other speakers behind me, especially Ethan Compton, who's coming to speak next, is going to talk about the various challenges, but one of the biggest challenges that we'll have on the ground is the training and education piece with a new system. And so I won't take any more time. I just wanted to stress that. I wanted to express my appreciation for these events that you're conducting. I just think it's valuable for us all. And if I can answer any questions, I'll certainly try. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wooten. We really do appreciate you coming today and addressing this committee and giving us your thoughts. And thank you for your more than 25 years of service to elections here in Chatham County. We do appreciate that. Members of the committee, any questions? Thank you, Mr. Wooten. Appreciate you. All right, next we will hear from Mr. Ethan Compton. He's the election supervisor for the Irwin County Board of Elections and Registration. Mr. Compton. And welcome again. I think you were with us a few meetings ago.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to present today. I'm Ethan Compton. I'm the election supervisor from Irwin County in the large city of Ocilla. And I'm also proudly speaking on behalf of the Georgia Association of Voter Registration and Elections Officials as the chairman of its Voting Systems Committee. I started in elections in 2020 during the deployment of the election system that we have now. I've pilot tested upgrades to the poll pads so that we can more quickly and accurately give voters their ballots during early voting to rectify the problems that we saw during early voting in 2020, especially in the larger jurisdictions where lines exceeded 8 hours. I pilot tested accessories to the poll pads as well that would provide them an auditable paper trail of voter certificates to ensure another point of reconciliation to make sure the number of voters checked in matched both digitally and on paper. Many counties have implemented that for all poll pads, but the vast majority of them have them for early voting at the minimum. I was also proud to be part of the many counties that assisted with the Jarvis statewide voter registration system. The process that voters will use to mark and cast their ballots is a legislative decision, and we are fully intent to respect your will. You were elected to represent the people of Georgia, and we are here to follow through on whatever decisions you make. As the law currently stands, we will be prohibited from using our current voting system after July 1st, 2026, in the way that it is now. And any fundamental changes to the voting process will take a significant amount of time to implement. The process will include procuring or upgrading the technology, which will resolve taking bids from vendors, making sure that we follow through on our fiduciary duty to the taxpayers of Georgia, that we get the best bang for our buck. Acceptance testing that technology by the Secretary of State's office to ensure no tampering or manufacturer's defects before it's deployed to counties and before voters use them. The actual logistical act of organizing and deploying the equipment to all 159 counties. The Secretary of State's office will need to train themselves on how to best utilize whatever new processes or equipment that we have so that they can then train the counties who will then train their poll workers. It is a trickle-down effect, and every level will require new training if we make any changes at this time. In addition, for any drastic change, we will need to educate the voters, the candidates, and all other interested parties as to the nature of those changes so that they understand everything that we do and that there is no doubt left in the integrity of the work that we perform. With all the steps required, this could not be done effectively by July 1st, 2026. It's not an argument on whether or not QR codes belong on ballots, but a discussion on the realistic timeframes due to what work has already been done to comply on a logistical level and what remains to be done to get us there. To the best of my knowledge, back in early 2024, when SB 189 was passed, July 1st, 2026 was a realistically set time frame. It was carefully planned, and if work had gone into effect, funding had gone into effect right away, we would have been able to comply with that deadline. But to the best of my knowledge, the explicit authorization of pilot tests in legislation and the funding to do so has not been passed. No work has been done to allow compliance with this code section. If nothing is done, no funding, no new changes, many counties will see this as an emergency and will have no choice but to utilize the option of last resort to best qualify with the law, and it still will not be full complicity. We will have to use the processes that were used when a complete collapse of the regular process occurs, such as during floods, fires, evacuations, bomb threats, or blackouts, emergency ballots. The procedures in place will the law currently says 10%. We will need to predict so that no voter is left behind. We're going to have to pre-print, if no changes are made, over 100% of the ballots for each registered voter for each ballot style, just to account for voters accidentally marking a wrong ballot and needing a new ballot, spoiling the old one, as well as the instances of provisional ballots. For jurisdictions that have multiple early voting locations, you're going to need a full copy of each ballot for every voter in every single one of those locations. So the costs will greatly balloon, and it will be solely on the counties. I know that my county budget is smaller than some counties' elections department budget. Property taxes will have to go up if we have to pre-print all of our ballots. That is a cost that is going to be unacceptable to the people that I work for. At the Rockmart meeting of this committee, it was asked of all attending elections officials if they could hold elections using these processes, and they said yes. We're all dedicated and trained professionals, and will use every option available to us to ensure that voting remains uninterrupted no matter what decision you take. We're going to keep the polls open. We are going to serve our voters. The elections will still be held, but when they said yes, this is what they meant. That they will still be able to hold an election that meets the bare minimum standards as required by law, that would not be tossed out in court, probably. The risk of elections being overturned in court will rise due to the exponentially greater risk of voters being given an incorrect ballot at levels that could change the outcomes of local elections and will cause skeptics to call even larger elections into doubt. On top of that, as of this year, nearly 25% of the county election directors started their position this year. They just trained on what we have now. While most experienced officials have practiced emergency balloting procedures, they have never been practiced to this scale. And very few have used them in real-world situations due to the built-in redundancies and resilience of our current system. Per ballot cost, as you've seen on here, is nearly triple that of a BMD-generated ballot for the cost of pre-printing, whether through a mobile ballot printer or through the many available vendors that can provide ballots as well. And optimistically, with 40% voter turnout, anywhere from 60 to 87% of them or more, depending on having redundancy at multiple early voting locations and a primary with how many parties you can select from, will be destroyed due to needing to have ballots available for all options the voter could choose from on hand if using those emergency ballot procedures. Even then, we would still have to, if nothing is changed, ignore the removal of QR code for ADA ballots for handicapped voters unless an upgrade is done on those BMDs, because federal law mandates that we have to have accessibility devices available for those voters. Handling a pre-printed ballot for every voter is like making the people of Georgia gamble with their votes. In small Irwin County with less than 6,700 registered voters, for a primary, I have 144 different ballot styles. So every voter that shows up, a poll worker will be checking the absurdly small text on the voter certificate and comparing that to the header on the ballot for up to 144 different stacks of ballots. That will balloon wait times, and at worst would be a 1 in 144 chance that a voter gets the right ballot with every local contest. Last year, there was a county that had a local contest election results thrown out twice with a court-ordered redo election due to as few as 16 voters getting the wrong ballot. If that 1 in 144 is wrong 16 times, that could lead to elections being redone in close races. That it was a year of voters that did not know who represents them, a year of people questioning the integrity of their elections. When proper voter roll maintenance and pre-election testing is performed, these cases are incredibly rare. But when the ballot is not pre-matched to the voter, like with our current system or how ballot on demand printing works, the chance of this happening will skyrocket. As you consider this issue, we plead that your report recommends that the legislature provides clear direction in law as to the processes that we will use in the state to mark and tabulate ballots throughout 2026 and beyond. Mandate how exactly to comply with QR code removal and back it up with funding and explicit authorizations of pilot tests so that the work to comply will be able to begin immediately after passage. We want to make elections work. We want to follow the law. If you change the law, we will do everything in our power with every tool, every penny that we have to make sure it is done. That said, the current deadline, because of what work has been or has not been completed, I recommend at least moving the deadline to July 1st, 2027 to provide adequate time for acquisition, for pilot testing, and for training to ensure that we are not treating our voters like guinea pigs and just throwing new things on them until something sticks. The people of Georgia deserve better. Gabrielle, its member counties, and myself stand ready to assist with whatever the state decides on as the path forward, be it through planning, pilots, or any other capacity. Changes have been discussed for years now. It's time to roll up our sleeves, get to work, and get it done. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today, and I'm open to any and all questions you might have. In regards to reconciliation that was asked earlier today, I have not met a single jurisdiction that does not reconcile on every hour of voting, the number of voters checked in at the poll pad.
Audience, please, so we can continue.
The number of voters checked in on the poll pad. In the cases for people that do have the accessories for the poll pads where it prints a paper voter certificate, the number of paper voter certificates. So we are tracking the poll pads both physically and digitally. The number of ballots printed on every single ballot marking device to ensure that they match, or that they match when taking into account the number of spoiled ballots, which we document every single time, as well as the number of ballots inserted into every scanner. We make sure that those match up, or that it is properly documented every hour on the hour. I have not seen a single jurisdiction that does not do that.
Thank you, Mr. Compton. We appreciate your service and what you do. Committee, are there any questions from committee members? No. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. All right. With that being all of our presenters for the day, I'm going to open it up to the committee, see if there's any additional comments or feedback from committee members. Not seeing none. We will now move into our public comment period. And we have quite a few people signed up from our sign-up sheets, so we are going to allow 2 minutes per individual on your comments. And Molly will hold up, will time and hold up when you have 30 seconds left. If you could please be respectful of the time, because there are a lot of people who would like to speak and have their voices heard. We will start with, I'll read out the name, then I'll say who's on deck, so the next person can be getting prepared. We'll start with Betsy Shackelford, followed by Christina Benjamin. And I apologize if I butcher some of these names. Some of them I can't really read real clearly, but please work with me. Ms. Shackelford, thank you for being here.
Thank you. I've been a poll worker for about 9 years, and I can vouch for, as many people mentioned, Is this better? Yeah. As a poll worker, I can vouch for what others have said about the hourly reconciliation of numbers in a variety of different ways. SB 189 is basically a voter suppression bill. It has a few reasonable things. As has been discussed a great deal, getting rid of barcodes is something many can agree on. But I look back to the hearings before choosing the Dominion system, where Kemp Republicans would not hear of any security issues with the electronic ballot marking devices. It's a shame that that system, which we use today, rammed through by Republicans, cost so much money, and now Republicans want to get rid of it, also at considerable cost. 189 allows broad citizen challenges of the right to vote, often using discredited sources like Eagle AI. In DeKalb County, for example, a challenge included a homeless vet who slept at and used his barber shop as his address. He attended a hearing and spoke about his pride in being a vet and in paying taxes, and his outrage at his right to vote being questioned. That's what happens when you allow citizen challenges without guardrails. The only valid citizen challenges should be from people with actual personal knowledge of the person they want to disqualify. Rampant challenges of hundreds and thousands of voters waste the time of county election offices and boards. The provisions of SB 189 are so unfair that a lawsuit was filed. For example, 189 allows voters to be removed until 45 days before an election, a violation of the National Voter Registration Act, which bans removal of voters within 90 days of a federal election. Please stop prioritizing keeping Republicans in power over the sacred right to vote. Thank you.
Christina Benjamin, followed up by Susan Noakes.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Benjamin. I am the Republican Party Secretary for Wayne County, and I am a poll worker in my county. Thank you all for making the time for us to speak today. Yesterday was Constitution Day, and I just wanted to remind everyone that the Constitution authorizes the state legislature to prescribe the time and manner of elections. And while you all have worked hard on legislation on this subject, elections happen throughout the year and need oversight. And more specifically, the Secretary of State's office needs oversight. It cannot oversee itself. This is why the State Election Board is critical to ensure that elections are conducted according to the laws you have worked hard to pass. In addition, the very first item listed on the Secretary of State website describing the purpose of the State Election Board is promulgating rules and regulations to promote uniformity in election practices. From my observation in listening to multiple election board meetings, uniformity in election practices across 159 counties is largely non-existent. Since this hearing is about SB 189, I also wanted to share that the SOS office has done multiple pilot programs, and because there are already different methods of voting that Georgians currently use, I believe a pilot program for hand-marked paper ballots should be done. The verified voting representative, Mark Lindemann, stated two things that I absolutely agree with. One, that an update to our elections is overdue. And two, he strongly recommended voters having the option to have hand-marked paper ballots at the polling place. I could not agree more with these 2 points. Finally, pursuing a pilot program would facilitate future compliance with SB 189, which you already passed into law. And it would also comply with the President's Executive Order 14248, which states that voting systems should not use a ballot with a barcode or QR code. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak. Have a great day and safe travels home.
Thank you. Ms. Susan Noakes, next will be Christina Redden.
I'm an 8th-generation Georgian and a Georgia Tech graduate who's voted Republican and Democratic throughout my lifetime. I've served as a poll observer and a ballot monitor for 8 years in multiple counties where I have observed professional election supervisors and poll workers maintaining the highest standards while they efficiently run our elections. Last year, these election workers were put under undue stress due to last-minute rules changes and voter challenges months before the 2024 election. These workers work long hours for low pay, and many express frustration and the desire to leave their jobs. So your actions and the actions of the State Election Board have consequences. For example, last year, outside drop boxes were removed. Excuse me. This impacted elderly and handicapped voters who have to find a parking place, get their walkers, get a wheelchair, and go into a very crowded election hall to find where the drop boxes are located. Additionally, shortening the window for the absentee ballot request impacted out-of-state college students, overseas military voters, and voters who were overseas also. They were simply not able to vote in the 2024 election due to this shorter absentee ballot request period. Last month at the Clarksville committee meeting, the new executive director of the State Election Board spelled out his desire for a new department of election investigations, separate from the Secretary of State and under the purview of the State Election Board. This new department will require wasteful funding of millions of dollars to staff, train, and equip. As a 30-year employee of the state of Georgia, I realize how wasteful and redundant it is to create this new department. As it is, I believe having an executive director position over a 5-member state election board is already wasteful, and I fail to see how election integrity is improved with the spending of all this extra money. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Christina Redden, followed by Catherine Gant.
Hey Hey everyone, I am the Assistant Director of Glenn County, just about an hour south of here. Thank you for coming. I'm not here to request a voting system. Wiser people than me have already given you fantastic input. What I'm asking is that you give just as careful consideration to how you write funding, whatever decision you make. We are a population center surrounded by rural counties. I love rural counties. I just have an affection for them. They have a rumor out there that you guys don't care about what happens south of Macon, and I know that's not true. But we have sheriffs out there that have to budget their overtime. Do they protect election night, or they plan for an emergency? We have offices with just one employee. What if that person needs medical care? We have so many situations out there. We have a elections director out there making $9.95 an hour. The wrong choices in how you fund this could be fiscally catastrophic. You don't want them to have to decide to pay 10 cents more for a piece of paper or deploy enough poll workers to manage all of the pieces of paper. You don't want the Secretary of State's office to have to decide between voter education or our very needed support staff. So please, please, please consider that funding. Please talk to these tiny counties. They can't afford to come here, so make sure you reach out to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Catherine Gant, followed by Debbie Lee.
Hi, I'm Catherine Gaunt. I'm also a poll worker, and I'm also a constituent of Sierra Draper. I tried to speak at the last meeting, however, we ran out of time. There were extra speakers, so there was no public comment at the last meeting. But I wanted to tell you a little bit about poll workers. We're not here for the money. We're here because we're Americans, we're Georgians, and we feel like it's our duty to do it. And fortunately, there's a lot of us that are of the age where we've retired and we can give back. The average age of a poll worker is 61 years old. Now, I don't know if you've checked with your moms lately, but they're not tech savvy. Now, that may sound like I'm advocating for paper ballots, and I want y'all to know I am not advocating for paper ballots. We check, we double check, we have a count that goes on every hour. We also have audits on our own. And I can tell you, it's every poll manager's dread to do provisional ballots, which are the equivalent of paper ballots. So there's a whole lot more I could tell you. I will tell you that in that state of Georgia 2024 survey, 98% of our voters here in Georgia thought that poll workers did a good job. 80% of them waited less than 10 minutes. And the reason why is because we had the technology in place and we had the dedication of the poll workers. Now, I'm going to skip to the part where I say, what can you guys do? First of all, I think training needs some consistency. We tend to train to the exception. Every time I work as a poll worker, I go through training, depending on the position. It's 8 hours for managers and 4 hours for check-in clerks, etc. So I would suggest that the state assume a consistent training for poll workers throughout the county systems. Do a Zoom meeting. Do a Zoom training. All the big companies in Georgia use Zoom all the time. You don't have to incur those costs. Secondly, expand early voting. You're going to distribute risk by expanding early voting. I can make one mistake on election day, but it's really hard for me to consistently make that mistake during 10 days of early voting, 2 weeks of early voting. Don't use paper. I'm sure that's been stressed. But last of all, and I don't think this has been addressed, I've dealt with bomb threats to my precinct. That is not something that should happen to a volunteer.
Thank you, Ms.
And
Gaunt.
I think that you need to increase safety. We cannot be doxxed, and we should not be subject to harassment. So please consider that.
Thank you for your service. Next is Debbie Lee, followed by Marilyn Marks.
Hey Hey, y'all. I'm Debbie Lee. I am a resident of Pooler. I'm here in my individual capacity, so I guess you call me concerned citizen. First, thank you to the committee for undertaking this important work. It's a lot of effort and a lot of time, and I really appreciate you doing this. I think it's very important. Since you're investing the time into getting perspectives from around the state, I ask that you listen to the needs and suggestions of our election administrators and all of the boots on the ground people who do the day in and day out work to keep our elections secure, free, fair, and transparent. Policy discussions are obviously very important, but the implementers, we need to hear from them, and their opinions need to be considered. So thank you for having some of them speak today. I watched the recording of the August 28th meeting, so the rest of my comments are going to be directed more to the State Board of Elections. I think it can all be summed up into please make voting boring again. That would be great. There's a lot of drama. That was my takeaway from that meeting. First, I think it would be super helpful if we amended Georgia Code 21-2-30 to increase the required period of no partisan activities for the board chair from 2 years to 5 years. This would bring it into alignment with the Georgia Ethics Commission. I think also the party affiliation of the remaining 4 members needs to be, thank you, equally distributed between the 2 parties. One speaker suggested having having the members chosen from the majority and minority parties in the House and the Senate. That seems reasonable. We need eligibility requirements for board members. I understand in the past, historically, they had been lawyers. Lawyers walk in the door with the experience to apply the law to the facts. They don't need training. There's a cost savings there. If we can get them, that'd be great. Finally, I think there's an urgent need to clarify the process for addressing ethics issues in the Board of Elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marilyn Marks, followed by Jean Dufort.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm Marilyn Marks. I'm the Executive Director of Coalition for Good Governance. First of all, thank you so much for having this meeting today. And I think there's one thing that everybody in the room could agree on. You guys have your work cut out for you for the next few several weeks as you are trying to determine your recommendations you want to make to the legislature. There was so much said here today that deserves a deeper dive, I think, before you can come up with recommendations that are going to be detailed enough for the legislative session. There was a lot said today that is quite controversial. Some of it, the facts need to be examined further. My recommendation is that you all take one of your upcoming meetings on the schedule and devote a full day to the examination of the voting system, of the equipment, of the issues about the audits, the cost, and the legal compliance of the current voting system, which has not been talked about. Bring in experts, bring in the equipment, bring in your county election officials who have hands-on experience, bring in the state, and bring in the experts who have examined the system in great depth, who've spent hundreds of hours doing that and have hacked the system. Let them show how easy it is. Let them show why errors as well as malicious activities can escape audit detection. So I would urge you to do the deep dive in what you started today, and this was a great start, but it is the key, the core of what needs to go into your recommendations. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Jean Dufort, followed by Eileen Nakamura.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. I'm Jean Dufort. I'm the chair of the Morgan County Democrats. I'm a member of the leadership team of Indivisible Georgia 10. I'm also a volunteer with the Coalition for Good Governance, and I have observed elections in lots and lots of different counties over the past 8 years. Trustworthy elections begin with a trustworthy ballot, and it doesn't end there. You need robust chain of custody and best of class canvass procedures, right? When all this is in place, audits can confirm the correct outcome. A ballot marked by hand is inherently trustworthy, and a ballot marked by a touchscreen is not. You heard that from Dr. Philip Stark. right? One of our he invented the risk limiting audit. My superpower all my career is I find good experts and I listen to them. I think that's a good business practice. And that's a consensus of our best scientists and educators. And we all want trustworthy elections. 70% of American voters use hand-marked paper ballots when they're voting in person. And I don't understand those who think that somehow Georgia voters and Georgia election officials are not capable of doing what is the dominant way of voting in person in this country. It makes no sense to me. Yes, we haven't had experience recently in that, but surely we can follow best practices. We're smart people. I applaud Georgia election officials who go beyond what is required in canvassing. I think that's probably the ones who took time to come here today. Certainly Jennifer Doran in Morgan County absolutely does it. But you heard from Dr. Stark. It is also irrefutably true that many don't. And I would think election officials would get more irritated by that fact than feel like we're somehow reflecting badly on them. We've heard crazy cost projections thrown out today. I'm a numbers wonk. So please question a lot of what you saw in those slides. The voters and you deserve to make decisions based on good data. 70% of American voters are not using hand-marked paper ballots in person if it is the most expensive, crazy to contemplate way to vote. Doesn't make sense.
Thank you. Eileen, and then followed by Liz Troop.
Hi, I'm Eileen Nakamura. I'm a Fulton County voter, and I am here to represent Scrutineers, which is a national nonprofit organization, nonpartisan organization. We work on election protection. And I have also been a poll watcher here, poll observations, you know, when there aren't poll watchers, since 2019, since the rollout of the pilot programs in Georgia of the BMD system. And I have to tell you that in 2019, I watched 4 out of the 6 counties that did the pilot programs of the BMDs. They had all kinds of problems, all kinds of problems. Cobb County did a pilot program of the hand-marked paper ballot system. Guess what? It went so smoothly, with the only exception of sometimes the scanners jammed or whatever, they were new, but the hand-marked paper ballots themselves caused no problems. And voters, I went to both. I went to numerous polling places for both systems. And the hand-marked paper ballot voters, they were in and out of there so much quicker than the BMD voters. So that's just something you might want to look into. It's true. I did both, and I can tell you for sure that that happened. A couple other observations that I want to share that I've, you know, over my years of hundreds of hours of poll observations. One is that, let me just find my place here. Oh, and I also want to thank the poll managers and poll workers who are here. You all do an excellent job with what you have. I can't stress that more. It is a really hard job. I could not do that from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m., so thank you. So one of the things that I've observed is that people do not check their ballots. They take it out of, they look at the screens, they review the BMDs, but when it comes out of the printer, they only look to see that something has printed. That's what we do at school, at the office, right? I mean, you print something, you don't look to make sure that the printer printed correctly. And so when they're even asked at the scanner, have you had a moment to check your ballot? They say yes, because I've seen them looking at screen after screen after screen, and yes, they did check what they thought was their ballot, but they don't think to check the printout. And so that's one of the issues that Dr. Stark was talking about. I did have one more observation, but thank you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Troop, and then followed by Kristen Neighbors.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I had an opportunity to observe an audit conducted in Gwinnett by Enhanced Voting that was looking at the human readable text on the printouts from the BMDs. And that is one of the alternatives that Blake Evans proposed today as some way to fulfill the mandate of SB 189. But also mentioned today repeatedly is that BMD printouts are not checked thoroughly by voters. Even the Secretary of State did a study. He got Georgia UGA to do a study, and only a small percentage of people even glanced at the piece of paper to see if there was any, printing on it. But they didn't really read it thoroughly and remember how they had voted on the BMD. So it becomes like a broken link in a chain. You can have, reconciliation forms, you can have well-trained poll workers, but if that doesn't reflect what they tried to do on the BMD, there's a problem. So I don't see how the enhanced voting audits are of more than an exercise, and I just think that there's not a substitute for hand-marked ballots. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Neighbors, followed by Dennis Irvin.
Thank you so much, committee. My name is Kristen Neighbors. Oh, I was trying to make it better. I made it worse. Yeah, my name is Kristen Neighbors. I'm the state director for All Voting is Local Action. We're a nonpartisan organization. At the last meeting, we heard a lot of talk about the SCB rule on hand counting, and in fact, one of the most controversial rules that they passed last year had to do with the hand counting of ballots on Election Day. So that's what I came to talk about today, since this idea continues to be pushed forward by a number of activists in our state. Lana is holding 1,425 pieces of paper, which is the number of Election Day ballots that a large precinct in Cherokee County had last November. This was Woodstock precinct. It's a large precinct. It's not the largest in Georgia. It is not the only one with a substantial number of Election Day ballots. So if that rule had been allowed to stand, and obviously it wasn't, but it will come up again, if we were to hand this stack of paper to 3 people who had just worked a 14-hour day and ask them to arrive at the same number, how do we think that would go? Hand counting really is asking for errors. I've personally watched multiple counties conduct full hand counts over the past several years. It's typical that small errors occur frequently. Somebody's count is off by 1 or 2. I've also seen mistakes where somebody says one number when they mean a different one, which can lead to tallies seeming not to match when they actually do. I've also seen more significant errors made, including one instance where a county added up its early vote numbers, all its early vote numbers, and the totals were off by almost 10%. It took 3 tries for them, with a weekend of rest in between, to match the numbers correctly, and they ultimately did match the machine count. Hand counting is a tedious and monotonous process, and human beings are just really not good at tedious and monotonous tasks. And of course, there's an additional cost. The same county I just mentioned required 124 hours of hired outside staff time to count approximately 5,500 municipal ballots. Machine tabulation enables election officials to count every vote quickly, securely, and accurately, and hand counting every ballot accomplishes none of these, so please resist any pressure to hand count ballots. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Dennis Irvin, followed by Robert Morgan.
Howdy, y'all. My name's Dennis Irvin. I'm from the great county of Camden, all the way down in our southeast corner. I'm here today because I wanted to talk about a few things. The first thing I wanted to do is echo the comments of Ethan Compton from Irwin County. In Camden County, we reconcile every single ballot from our poll pads, BMDs, and scanners on the hour, every hour for advance voting and election day voting. So I just wanted to make that comment for you. And then I wanted to move on to the issue of funding. Smaller counties like Camden, we are not going to be able to enact these sweeping changes that SB 189 requires without additional assistance from the General Assembly in terms of funding. I encourage you to extend the deadline and fully fund any changes that are made and enacted by law based on this requirement. So, in a past life before I was in elections, I was known as a ball player. So I wanted to give you all a little analogy. We're headed into the 8th inning. Maddox has only thrown 80 pitches. Please, let Maddox throw the 8th and then get us a good closer and come for him to come in the 9th. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Robert Morgan, followed by Glenda Jones.
Mr. Chairman, committee,
I'm from Rough, a bunch of volunteers, senior citizens who have disagreed with the outcome of elections, but we've never challenged what we thought the way they were run. It ain't broke, don't fix it. When it comes up to the issues of fraud, which keep coming up, I have not seen any evidence that is of any significance about fraud. The fraud is the people that raise the issue of fraud and try to make the system work against folks like people in my group that have difficulty jumping through all the hoops of registration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Glenda Jones, followed by Holly Kendrick.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenda Jones. I started as a poll worker. I accelerated to assistant manager, up to a manager of a poll, and now I sit on the Chatham County Board of Elections. I'm here to talk about the last two presentations prior to lunch, because I listened to what those gentlemen were saying, and as I'm listening to them, these are people that are not even involved in Georgia elections. I don't know if any of you have been to an elections office. Have you sat in that office? Have you asked the staff in that office how they do what they do each and every day? I don't know if you've been to an office on election night to see what exactly happens on election night. Before every election, there is a logic and accuracy test. One guy talked about how the machines are. All of those machines are tested before every single election. The scanners, the express polls, the touch screens, all of it's tested. As far as ballots are concerned, the ballots come to the office. The ballots are reviewed. If they're not right, the candidates even get the ballots to ensure that their names on the ballots are correct. Those ballots are not uploaded till every ballot is correct. Also, when he spoke about the risk limiting audit, I am a retired principal quality auditor. I am a retired principal certified quality engineer. You do not take an entire population and audit an entire population. You take a sample. You are checking the process, the accuracy of the process, not the entire population. You don't audit an entire population. You need to look at quality specs and see how audits are conducted to ensure the risk auditing that is being done is correct. Last but mostly important, if you're going to go to hand-marked ballots, go back to mailing them all out to everybody.
Thank you. All right, Holly Kendrick, followed by David Hancock. Oh, she did, okay. Thank you. David Hancock, and then next will be Kyle Gomez.
Good afternoon. My name is David Hancock. I have been a poll worker and assistant poll manager. I'm currently chairman of the board of the Gwinnett County Board of Registrations and Elections. I'm not speaking on behalf of the board, speaking simply on behalf of myself. I've heard a lot of good information today. One of the things that keeps being brought up is the ability that say this needs to be pushed out, needs to be pushed out. I believe it's been almost 3 years now that we've known about SB 189 requiring this. Also, if you remember when we talked about the Dominion machines, the contract, I believe, was signed in July 30th of 2019, and Gwinnett County started receiving machines in 2020, and we ran a primary on those machines in that year, so that was 6 months. And so we can put in a whole new system of Dominion. I think we can make a lot of changes. Gwinnett County, what I'm here really concerned about is we are not a small county. We have 156 precincts. We have 650,000 voters. We have over 2,000 poll workers. We have training. So we really need some kind of direction and some kind of guidance fairly quickly. And I can agree with, I know that some of my Democrat friends here will agree with this as well. We have started a committee in Gwinnett County to sort of plan for possible scenarios, all the way from the case of perhaps no changes whatsoever. Something happens with kicking SB 189 down, or no executive orders or make changes in legislation, all the way to the other end of the extreme, which is like an emergency executive order that changes a great deal of stuff that goes on in the election in Georgia. So the sooner that we can get some kind of an idea, we could handle it. We just, going to paper ballots, we already use paper ballots already. I know we've had discussions about that. But I enjoyed hearing some of the experts who talked this morning, and I hope you'll take that under advisement. And let me know if there's anything Gwinnett County can do to help, because we sure are waiting to hear from you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. Yeah. Thank you for traveling. Kyle Gomez, followed by Garland Favorito. Kyle's not here, right? I know Garland is here. Garland not here? Oh, okay. David Hancock? Oh, you just spoke. I'm sorry. I'm getting on turn around here. Oh, Marissa Powell?
Hi, committee members. My name is Marissa Pyle. I have also served as a poll worker, and I would like to echo what other folks have said up here. The times that I've served as a poll worker, at the top of every hour, we report in our numbers. It's in a form we fill out and submit in our paperwork that goes back to the county. And I would also, I think anybody who has worked the polls will probably echo this sentiment, but I really urge you to ask your counties for a sample packet of all of the paperwork that election officials, that you fill out at each poll, and just see the quantity of forms and documentation that is produced surrounding those documents. But I am mainly here to ask what many other folks have said today, to not rush the system for our future voting system when our current contract expires. As you research possibilities, now is really the time. We have a few years to do this deliberately with input from experts, from vendors, from election officials, and really hear from the people who know exactly what our needs are, what our goals need to be, how we can get there, and what we need to do step by step to continue to conduct free and fair elections. There are, as we've heard, no shortage of different types of software, machines, setups, formats, many of which we probably do not know about because they haven't been used here. And this is the time where we have enough lead time we need to make sure that we are hearing a broad range of options so that we can make informed decisions about what is the best choice for Georgia voters. It is also imperative that we consider the cost to counties and expense that any system would incur over its lifetime. Now is not the time to pick arbitrarily without looking at the full range of options or to arbitrarily limit our choices. Ultimately, one system may work very well that we don't know about yet. Voters and election workers deserve a thorough process and an informed decision that takes their time, their input, and their needs into account. We do have the time to do this the right way, so let's take that time and use it well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is it Kit Trainer, followed by Patty Hewitt.
Hello, I'm Kit Trainer, and I'm a citizen of Chatham County and a poll watcher for the past 4 years. Before I share my viewpoint today, I want to let you know that I have voted Republican, I have voted Independent, and I have voted Democrat. The important thing is you're picking the best person for the job. I first voted in Georgia in 1980, and I never felt that my vote was not secure and accurately counted. Recently, there have been many skeptics about our voting systems in Georgia, but after multiple recounts, including a full manual audit in 2020, only a small number of discrepancies were found between the paper ballots and the machine tallies. And they were not a result of fraud. They were a result of human error. In addition, there were numerous lawsuits against our voting machine company, but they all resulted in the same outcome. No evidence that the machines were exploited and the accuracy of the voting machine was proven. As you've heard from the Secretary of State's office today, in 2024 presidential election, out of 5 million votes, only 87 had discrepancies, and 86 of those were hand-marked ballots. There seems to be a desire to remove our Dominion voting systems and force paper ballots. Yet time and time again, from federal and state officials to independent sources to legal studies, there really is no reason to do so, other than to create confusion to voters and make it harder and longer for them to vote. There's also a lot of discussion around removing the QR codes from ballots based on a law passed in Georgia in 2024. Election directors warned that a rushed switch to hand-counted paper ballots faces challenges regarding speed and accuracy. And as we also heard from the Secretary of State's office today, there is no hard evidence that the QR code is not accurate to the machine count or the paper printed ballot. I'm a believer of continuous improvement and updating software and processes as needed to make elections better and safer. What I ask of you today is that you really look at the data and what's been presented to you and what is fair and accurate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Patty Hewitt, followed by Rachel Glover.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. I think I'm going to take this out too. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, commissioners, for taking the time to be here. The most important thing I think that I would like to see you get out of this is to really pay attention to the fact that we have no fraud in our elections here in Georgia. So this is a solution looking for a problem that we don't have here. What we do have in Georgia is a problem in Bryan County, where I live, of our Head Start program closing. We have no Head Start program in Pembroke now. Of our citizens not being able to receive food stamps, and so we have our churches and other civic organizations going around gathering up food so that we can feed hungry children. We have 14% of our people in District 1 have no health care insurance of any kind, and our rural hospitals are closing. These are all real problems that are going on in this state. But when we have commissions like this, what I'd like to hear is a range of information coming from our experts, not have someone come on that is clearly biased against our elections here in Georgia, and we're not seeing a contrasting opinion being presented. We appreciate you being here. There are so many things that we could be working on together, and we want to work on that. You've heard from many of our election officers. I hope you listen to them. These people work so hard. They try so hard to make sure that everything is done right, and they're under a tremendous amount of pressure, including physical threats and personal threats. So please, let's tamp down the rhetoric around election fraud, which does not exist, and talk about expanding our elections so that we can have more people participating in our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Rachel Glover, followed by Randy Zerchwin.
Hi, my name is Rachel Glover, Associate Director of the ACLU of Georgia's Voter Access Project. For more than 60 years, the ACLU of Georgia has worked to ensure voting is easy and accessible for all Georgians. And I thank you all for being here today and hearing from Georgians. Along with ACLU citizen volunteers, I have attended your hearings and spoken directly with election officials across the state. Two recurrent themes from these conversations are the underfunding of elections and the timeline for implementing any election changes. The Secretary of State's office has boasted that Georgia does more with less. In 2023, SB 222 banned counties from accepting third-party funding. Then in 2024, SB 189 mandated costly ballot changes and did not provide additional state funding, an unfunded mandate. Relentless changes and lack of funds leads to burnout among election staff and weaker election infrastructure. County election workers are being asked to perform heroically each and every cycle. In addition to the cost burden, the timeline is deeply concerning. Officials consistently emphasize the need for adequate time to prepare, test systems, and train both staff and poll workers. This is especially important since in many Georgia counties, election duties are not full-time roles. Too often, county election offices are expected to implement new laws, rules, or technology on unrealistic schedules. We saw this play out when the State Election Board continued to issue new rules between the primary and general elections in 2024. Fortunately, many of these rules were challenged by a bipartisan group of plaintiffs and blocked by the courts. The election cycle does not begin with the first day of early vote. For this year's November 5th election, the sample ballot has to be posted by September 23rd. Absentee ballots will begin to be mailed on October 7th. Logic and accuracy testing of the machines will occur throughout October for the early vote period and then Election Day. These activities already put us at almost 50 days out from Election Day, but we know preparation begins well before that with staff hiring and training, poll worker training, and polling location selection. Staff and poll workers need to understand the voting technology, and election offices need to know if the polling locations are equipped for the voting technology we use. Polling location selection is being finalized now. Just thank you. Please continue to protect Georgia voters.
Thank you. Randy Zerchwin, followed by Barbara Gooby. Okay, thank you.
Hi there, my name's Randy Zerker. I live here in Savannah. And like Reverend Bob, I'm also a member of RUF. But who I am isn't really that important. I'm wondering about who you guys are. Are you all elected onto our state legislature?
Yeah. Yes.
The House representatives?
Yes.
Are you an appointed body?
No. No, we're a committee of the State House of Representatives. We're all elected.
No, I mean as a Blue
we're
Ribbon
appointed.
Commission.
Yes, we're appointed
You're
by
all-
the
Okay,
House.
and as I understand it, you're all Republicans that are here today? But everybody here today, I got to tell you, I'm feeling even more gerrymandered and more disenfranchised than I usually do, and I live in District 1. So my question for y'all, A, what are the criteria that you use when you draw districts in Georgia? And B, when do you plan to meet to redraw District 1 so people in Savannah, in this area, have a political voice? And I'll let you answer.
Thank you. But this committee's not addressing redistricting, and redistricting will not come around until 2032, 31. So, all right, so we're going to move on. Arvinia Bowers. Ms. Bowers. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. All right, Sarah Thompson. Okay.
Pardon me.
Can you get the ma'am? Can you get the microphone so everybody can hear?
Yeah, this is live stream. Yes, I am an advocate for the United States Constitution as a former officer of the United States Army. I am also a military spouse, having served with my husband, a retired naval officer, proudly appointed from Emmanuel County to the United States Naval Academy. I am here today to share with you, and I'm going to pivot because I know you all can see the screen. Pivot around. We have a constitutional crisis in the state of Georgia. This is the process. We need to audit from the level of the United States Constitution. The United States Constitution, Article 1, is our elections clause. The time, place, and manner for elections is by state prescription, and Congress can make or alter those prescriptions. What we have left behind is our Article 4, guarantee to a representative form of government. We have also left behind 2 U.S. Code Section 9, which gives us only 2 options for votes for U.S. representative. They are by paper ballot or by authorized voting machines. We have never authorized voting machines, and the state of Georgia knows that. That means we have elections by paper ballot. Roden v. Athens Clark, Supreme Court said, our elections are subject to statutory provisions governing the use of paper ballots, which is this part of state law. We have assistive devices, we have unofficial ballots, and we have poll officers deprived of their sworn duties. 3,
Thank you.
please follow the United States Constitution. God bless America.
Thank you for being here. All right, that is all of our public speakers for today. So we're going to move on. Committee members, are there anybody else in the committee that would like to give comment? Ma'am? Okay. Okay. Just state your name for us, please, and you might want to move the microphone. Oh.
Mary Ann Himes.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I've kind of forgotten what I came to say. I've heard so much, but there's been a lot of good things said here today. I'm a member of the Chatham County Board of Elections. I sit on one of the 2 Republican seats. We have 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats. We work together very well. Prior to, and I'm on my 3rd term of the Chatham County Board of Elections, but prior to that, I was a poll worker. My husband was the poll manager, and I was the assistant manager back in the 80s. That was when we had that wonderful paper ballot machine, the lever machine that you, or lever, whichever, where you pulled the lever once you got up to the machine, and it enclosed you in this wonderful curtain to keep your privacy. Those were wonderful days. So when it came time to go to the Diebold machines, we could not believe the difference it made having a machine that actually carried out the voting instead of all these people with their little marks that didn't quite fit the bubble or whatever you call it. And then they became a problem too, but they mostly just got old and worn out. So we did go then to the Dominion machine rather hurriedly because a judge, Judge Totenberg, decreed that Georgia must move to a machine of one ilk or another by a certain time, and so it was rushed through. Rushing through is not a good thing. Retraining poll workers and staff is not a good thing when you do it so often. We have wonderful workers, poll workers, staff in this state, and you need to do everything you can to keep them. But thank you very much for being here. But I just had to share to you that I've probably been around longer than any of you.
Thank you, Ms. Hines, and thank you very much for your years of service to the elections. We really do appreciate it. Anything else from any of the committee members? Comments? Well, thank y'all all for being here today. We appreciate y'all's input. I wanted to let everybody know all of the presentations that y'all saw today from our presenters will be put on the committee's website, which is lega.ga.gov/house. If anybody would like to submit public comments to the committee, you can send them to Molly through the link on our committee webpage, which I just read out. Our next meeting will be Thursday, October 2nd at Georgia Piedmont Technical College in Covington. And meeting notice for that meeting will be going out in the next few days, hopefully early next week. But thank you all who came, and thank you for all of our presenters, and safe travels.